12 tribes, she got a real wide. Shalom. Really head dark skin, son of the most high, yeah. Sing. Yahushua. Guess it went out of style. Rock, beat, funk. Come on back there. Come on. I better get you moving tonight. It's needless to struggle, don't fight. Loosen up your body's too tight. It's okay, it's alright. Here's a message from the 12 lost tribes. The funk will make a sad baby stop crying. I make fish without goose start frying. I know you like it once you hear them stop lying. I feel good and move your body, just try. It's okay, it's alright, yeah. It's alright. Yeah. You gave us the phone. Yeah. Shout out to the Most High. Yeah.
Shalom, 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 shalom to all of you, my heavenly Father's children, to the 12 tribes of Israel scattered worldwide, to the four corners of the earth, shalom. To you Hebrew Israelites waking up to the truth of who you are and whose you are, shalom. And for those of you staying steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of Yahuwah, for we know that our labor is not in vain in the work of Yahuwah. Shalom. Oh, yeah. Feeling good like a Hebrew should. Shalom, 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 shalom. Yes, Zion, we still here. Appreciate your prayers and your concern. We still here. Oh, yes. Got to be strong and got to come in the room with you, especially during these times of the year, the season of the witch, when the witchcraft, the Satanism, the satanic Santa, Black Pete's, misers, horrifying darkness, parading as light, that which is filthy, nasty, and dirty, got wrapping paper on it to disguise itself in order to entrap the house of Israel. When we look at this stuff now, we look back on this demonic, and I was going to do a video, still may do something tomorrow. I'm thinking about it. I've done so many videos on this, but this year, the heathens, not just the Israelites, because you know Israelites went completely off the chain putting out videos this year. I was so proud of my Israelite brothers and sisters, I didn't know what to do. They started putting out everything that we've been saying for the last 10 years. They were putting out videos about that Christmas tree being pagan, about how their family was going to treat them bad. They were putting out encouraging videos for the house of Zion. How to talk to your grandmama. When she tell you that she don't want to be around you no more, then I still away go. Don't make me choose between Yah and you, Grandma, please. You don't want that. You don't want that to ever happen. You don't want that. Because Yah has done for me what you can't. No, he woke me up this morning. Put strength in my limb, breath in my lungs. Salvation in my life. And a seat in the kingdom. And now I'm not getting ready to throw all that away to come sit down and eat no rat with you, celebrating a satanic festival of debauchery while at the same time putting lights on a phallus and making our children bow down to the god of Tammuz, Baal, and Ashtaroth. No, never. We done with that. So no. Boy, I saw so many videos out there this year. I said, Maury don't need to do nothing. Boy, they putting them out. And then the heathen of all people, the people that actually really started Saturnalia, the feast that we know now, what they call Christmas, the feast Saturnalia, the heathens have put out so much information this year. I'm talking about heathens that don't even know about Israel. They like, you know what, we tired of all these lies. I said, okay, then maybe I can focus on something much deeper. And that's what we're going to do today. Zion, welcome in the room. Some of y'all for the first time in the room. Some of y'all like, who in the world is this so-called nigger? Well, I want you to know something. First of all, I'm from the house of Israel. Second of all, I'm Dr. Yoshiyahu Dawid ben Israel, called to be a seer to the real biblical true house of Israel that have been scattered worldwide to the four corners of the earth. I am Moreh, which means teacher, at the awakening remnant. Why? Because there's only going to be a remnant. The majority of our people, unfortunately, are going to go the way of Baal, Ashtaroth, Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah, and Babylon. There will only be a small remnant that's going to be saved. And if it hadn't been for that remnant, we would have been like Sodom and Gomorrah. And so we watch the biblical prophecies unfold in front of our very eyes. And at the end, just like he promised, he would bring seers. I'm one of them. He would send them to the house of Israel to feed them the word of Yah, to show them the path of righteousness, not wickedness, not the path of dysfunction, not the path of Easter eggs and rabbits and bunnies, and not the path of eating swine flesh and eating out of pots of abomination, not the path that'll lead you to destruction in hell, not the path that's trying to turn and change the Bible. He said, I'm giving you seers that's going to teach you Torah. And I come up out that Christian church years ago. Now it's almost 13 years ago, maybe almost 14 now. Abba Yah woke me up to the truth, and once he showed me that I was a seer, I have not been disobedient to the heavenly vision. And for the last 10 years, I know plus, we have been on behind these cameras and lights, teaching the house of Israel who they are and whose they are, and feeding them Torah. Once again, this is a full-time ministry. Ooh-wee. How are you supported, Moray? Well, if you notice, we don't have any backers. Have you noticed that we don't have a convention, an association? We don't have a bishopric. No, I don't get money from the Democrats or the reptilians. No, there is no corporate America writing a check. I don't never get on here and say, oh, by the way, this video has been sponsored by so-and-so pens. This is the best pen you could ever use. Make sure you get one of these. Okay, back to the show. No. We're not. Look, and I ain't mad at nobody doing that. That's you. Please do whatever you can to pay the bills other than sin. Don't go into sin now. But because of my position as a seer, Abba has already commanded me to teach you all to do it biblically. Like, don't worry about that part. That part's already written down. We are supported through your tithes. That a person through your tithes and your offerings, and again, I encourage you to go back and look up that word, tithe or tenth. Read it for yourself instead of let other people talk to you about it, and see that it is a command of Yah, number one, and that the purpose of it is holy, which is righteous. It was never, ever designed. The tithe was never designed just to put a chandelier in a church building. It was never designed talking about just so we can put some pretty carpet and some pews. And people be like, Moray, what? No. Just to get the pastor some more reptilian shoes? It's like, no. It was set apart as that which is holy. Listen to me. To feed the one that's feeding you Torah. Because man can't live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of Yah does the man live. Therefore, in every generation, Yah has chosen certain men and set them apart to teach the Torah to his people. And for a long time, remember, these preachers and pastors were teaching the law was done away with. So if the law is done away with, so is the tithe. But how do you ask for the tithe? That always got me. So when you want money, you go to the law. But then after that, when you want to live wicked, you say the law been done away with. You're going to hell for that, and you know it. Just be honest. But not the Moray. I read the Bible and said, oh, wait a minute, ain't nothing in here done away with. When Abba told me, just teach the people the truth, they will appreciate it better. Even if they don't like it, they'll appreciate you better. Because they'll say, you know what? He told us what to do with our money. Whenever we're blessed, whenever we make money, however we make it, is Yah that gives us the strength to do it. We take out 10%, which is wholly his, and an offering. Now, that's how we're supported, through you. And that's how I'm able to get behind these cameras and light. Now, today, hopefully in today's video, you all will recognize something about a seer like myself who's been set apart for this work. Some of you all just may start giving your tithes and offerings regularly based on this one lesson alone. You might be like, Moray is on that level? Yes. We're getting ready to show you some things that I normally don't do. One, way too deep. Then you know, oh, by the way, can you see the Moray and hear me all right? If you can, place a 12 in here for the 12 tribes of Israel. Before we even get deep, because you know I'll be going on and on and on, And then y'all be talking about, we can't hear you. We can't see you. Let me see if it's a 12 in here. Okay, hallelujah. And I see some blue wrenches. That's a good sign. It means we got some administrators. Administrators, listen to the morning rate. You're going to be working your fingers to the bone, trying to put these verses in here today. Do you hear the morning rate? Why? We're going to talk about it. We're going into a deep dive. A deep dive. Normally, every single time I get behind these cameras and lights, I'm never trying to take you all on a deep dive. Because I know that you ain't ready for that. That ain't no arrogant statement. That's not arrogance. It's just like right now. If someone was to take me into a math class, right? They'll say, all right, this is, we're going to start off with addition. I'm with you. All right, now we're going to do subtraction. Okay, got it. I'm taking notes. Now this is multiplication. All right, I'm still with you. Say now we're doing division. All right, I'm still with you. All right, now we're doing fractions. Whoa, let me see, fractions. Okay, I remember that. All right, now we're getting ready to do, now we're going into geometry. Oh, shoot, geometry. I hear the formulas. Okay, now we're getting ready to go into trigonometry. Oh, boy. Now what's going to happen? Look, everybody in the chat. When you get to trigonometry, you're like, oh, I don't remember trigonometry. I don't even went that far. So guess what? At trigonometry, you dropped out. Now, if I keep going, now we're getting ready to go into calculus. Now we're getting ready to go into physics. Now we're getting ready to go into quantum physics. Look, y'all dropped out at fractions. Leave me alone. If you understand what the Morehyosh said, it was loud and clear and perfectly understandable. Would you put a 100 in the chat? It ain't no shame to say I dropped out at the fraction level. I dropped out at the geometry level. Look at them 100. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. So what sense would it make if I came in the room always talking on the quantum physics level? What sense would it make if I came in the room talking on the algebra level if you don't know algebra? What sense do it make if you don't know trigonometry? It would try to make me look good because I know something you don't know. That, you see how stupid that is? That's not what my goal is. I shouldn't say stupid. You see how much of a waste it would be. So what you do is you teach every level. Even though myself, I have to continue to study on the higher and higher levels. And I have understood something about the high levels. The reason that you study the higher levels, or you can even use the term the deeper levels, the reason that I study those levels is so that I can more proficiently teach the simple level. And then y'all might understand that, but the reason, I put it back in math, the reason that I'm trying to study the quantum physics of the Bible is because I want to be a better teacher at the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division level of the Bible. And so today I want to show you where your tithes and offerings are going. And I'm just going to give you just a small window into what's called drash, or drash. A small window into a deeper level, a smaller window into where your tithes and offerings are going when you support the work like the ARK. Yes, I normally don't do this, but today we're going to take a deep dive, and I was asking Abaya, how deep do you want me to take them? He said, take them just deep enough to where they're gasping for air and trying to get back to the shore. I got to get back to the shore. I said, okay, all right. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that today. We're going deep. Now listen, I'm telling you up front, we're going to be here a minute. This ain't no short lesson, because these deep dives are deep dives. And in order to actually do a deep dive, it's going to take a while. It's called drash. We're studying biblical interpretation. So someone may ask the question, if it's so deep and it's so out there, why do we need to know it? And my answer is, when you are able to interpret the Bible on a deeper level, it enables you to be more proficient in your understanding, but also in your obedience. When we move into deeper study, what it does is it begins to solidify that which we thought was simple. Deeper study of the Bible, what it does is it begins to make the mind and the heart conform to the Torah. The deeper study is what begins to shape you into the image of his son, so that the result of the study is, one, your choice. What do you choose after you've done it? And number two, your actions. So so deeper study works on you in two areas, mainly. When you study deeper and to study the truths deeper using the biblical interpretation rules, one, it affects your life, your heart, your mind, so that you know what is right. I hate to use this term because it's so messed up today, but you will also learn what is moral. You will learn what is right, and you will also learn what is moral. What is functional and what is morality, or what is moral. That means what is the right thing to do always at the right time, right? But drash also, the study of the drash level, also makes a person, or should cause a person or make a person do, which is the difference between every other level. Every level should make us do, but the reason we study drash is so that you get the case of the can't help it. You're like, oh my goodness, I can't be a hearer. Why? That's just surface level. The Messiah said, no, you can't be a hearer only. The drash level drags you into the deep water of doing. You must then do what you know. Why? Because on the dross level, you were taken so deep into it that it's like, oh my goodness, I see the consequences of my decision. I see that I got to make a choice every single day. And I'm praying to Abba Yah. I make the choice for him every day. Why? Because of my drosh study or drash. And you need to have that written down. Some of the reasons that we don't go this deep is because, like we're going to go today, one, most people don't have the attention span to stick with a concept long enough to understand which is deep, that which is deeper. And it's very unfortunate, but it's just true. And especially it's true in these in the day of social media, where our attention span has been trained for like 30 minutes. After 20 or 30 minutes, our brains they scramble. So trying to pay attention to anything today is almost impossible, especially when it comes to the word of Yah, because Yah is not conformed by this world. So most time when we seek to teach the word, we have to always leave it on the Passat level, which is the surface. We can barely get to the hint level because folk don't have the patience, the time, or the attention span to stay with the Bible when you start swimming into deep water. Another reason that we can't go to this level often is because the majority of the people who read the Bible with you or who study, I'll use myself as a Moreh, I understand that the majority of the people that watch me have not even read the Bible yet. They've read verses in the Bible, but they have not actually sat down and read the whole book from cover to cover, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, in order to really understand. So again, dragging that individual into deep water that I know they've never swam in would be almost a waste of time. So I can't go this deep on all my lessons. Now, can I go this deep? Yes, I can go this deep now. Woo-wee. I can go this deep. But will I every time? No. But as a teacher, I will go this deep in my study so that I can be more efficient in teaching you where you are. Again, what is the point of putting the cookie jar on top of the roof? No, you just need to put it on the counter so that the kids have to tippy-toe to get it. They want to get a little piece of bread, put it on the counter. At least they reaching for it, but it's attainable. What kind of dad am I if I put the bread on the roof? The child looking at the bread and can't get it. No, the whole point is to bring it down where you can reach it. Now, if you understood that, put a 1,000. This is all foundation. Put a 1,000 if you understand that this is another level and this is just one example of going deep. And I almost forgot to say Todah Rabbah for your tithe and your offerings, your gifts of support for the ARK, not just me, but all the staff and those who are associated with the ARK, all the ministries that work with the Awakening Remnant Coalition, because that's what the ARK is. We are always grateful for everything that you do. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it to show you the drosh level. All right. So what is the point of today's lesson? I think for me, my objective is to at least open your eyes to the fact that there is a level that's deeper than the level that you're used to studying. And really, it does take a person committed full time to the word to be able to operate on this level. It just does, because this level, no matter how you slice it, this level does not come from just osmosis. You can't just lay your head on the Bible and ask, yeah, let these words go into my mind while I'm asleep, using the Bible as a pillow. Yeah, I ain't got time to be reading and studying. Can you just move it from here into here? Then I can just take from here to here. That's not how it works. No, this is take old-fashioned time, effort. This right here just takes being set apart. It's another level, I'm telling you. Josh. Most people, I'm going to go on a limb and say 99% of all people really have no business trying to even get to this level. I mean, trying to teach this level. And the reason is because you haven't gone through the first two levels. You haven't read the Bible over and over and over again to even see what it's talking about. You haven't read it enough or studied all the characters of the Bible, times and dates, places, kings, prophets, statesmen, shepherds, whoever. I mean, you haven't studied the Bible enough even from the surface to see what it's hinting to. And therefore, going to another level like Josh is very dangerous. This is the level, this is how I know that people are ignorant of the Bible, because you will hear a preacher say things like, well, it don't take all that. And what he's really saying is, I don't know what the hell you talking about. All you need, and when a Negro say something like that, all you need to know is, no, that means all you know, and really you don't know that. You don't know the thing that you think you don't know it. All I know, he died on Friday. He didn't die on Friday. See, the thing that you think you know, you don't know. And the Josh level is that which carries us into the level of knowing, and then knowing should affect our doing. And therefore, there's a goal. All right. And the goal of the Josh, right, is to do. So the goal of the Josh level is to know or to understand so that you can do. It's the level that once you get here, you're gonna do, because there's no more. It takes out your wiggle room for stupidity and ignorance. I'm talking about just the Josh level. I ain't even dealing with the next level, which is soul. I'm just talking about Josh. Once you get to Josh level, you really have no more excuses. All this is going to be in the lesson today, but I'm trying to give you the objectives of the lesson before I teach the lesson, because obviously during this lesson people are going to be like, "Where are you going with this?" I'm telling you where I'm going. I'm trying to show you that this thing is way deeper than you know or anybody you know. I only have a couple of, oh, by the way, so when we get to the Remez level, when we get to the Josh level, remember we're talking now primarily about that which is asking questions or seeking information. And the reason how we ask and we inquire and we seek information, the reason we're doing that is so that we can properly compare verses to verses for a particular understanding. It's a deeper level because it requires biblical knowledge. It requires familiarity with the Bible. But even more than that, this level focuses on morality and practical application. So when we studied the drosh level, the drosh level, the end result is we're going to do something different. I know y'all get tired of hearing me talk about I'm not going to say that, because there's a lot of people in the room, they don't get tired of this. So I'm going to stop saying that. But some of you hear me talk about things like tithes and offerings. And you don't understand that if I, as a Moreh, have studied that on a drosh level, right? And I see some things that no one has basically showed me, other than, through research and study, of how that's one of the keys to prosperity among the remnant that's waking up in the last days. It's the drosh level that says, I don't have a choice. I do have a choice, but I'm going to choose this. Why? Because I studied it deep enough to know this is the real reason. And once you understand that, then you start to do even the things that are difficult. So let's just say all of the prophets of our Bible, they were put into a drosh level understanding. All of them. Every single one of our prophets not only had to understand the surface, not only did they all have to understand what the surface meaning hinted to, but they also had to get to the level that whatever this is hinting to, I need to make sure that this is consistent throughout the whole Bible. And at the end result, I become a doer of the word and not just a hearer. That's drosh level. That's why we actually have a passage in the Bible like Hebrews chapter 11. That's why it's in there, to show you that there was a long list of people who didn't just hear the word, who didn't just see the word, who didn't just talk the word, but they began to do the things. And the reason that they did that which was unpopular, and sometimes that which was uncomfortable, the reason that they did it was because they were taken by Yah into this drosh level. And once you go there, it's hard for a person. It's very difficult for a person to be taken there by Yah and then still walk away talking about you're not gonna oh my goodness. Hold on for a second. I forgot to so if I'm in any group chats, y'all gonna have to be careful today in your group chat, because I forgot to turn off my notifications. So they're gonna keep coming up every time I'm in your group chat. I really appreciate y'all though, but it's gonna mess with the video. I already know that. I always turn off that. Let me see if I can do it. Hold on. Without stopping the whole thing. Let's see. Are we still live? Can y'all see them all right? If you can see me, place a 1,000 in the chat. Yes, we're back. All right, good. Good. Okay. Toda everybody. All right, now y'all, I'm out the group chats now. Y'all can chat it up. You're gonna need to do that today, you administrators. You're gonna have to. Woo-wee. Okay. So we're dealing with drosh, which is the third law of biblical interpretation. And as I mentioned before, most people either are way too lazy for this level. They just lazy. They're not going to put in this kind of work to get to this level. So they'll never do it. Or the people are, their attention span is way too short. And that's important to understand, that when you get to the drosh level does require a lot more time. I don't know how it just does. But at the end of any type of study, when you start looking at the drosh level, you will come away as a doer. That's what I was talking about earlier. All of the great men, all of the great women of our scripture, they become great because they understood that hearing the word and seeing verses and getting instruction should lead us to doing that which we learn. And we should learn that which is correct, learn that which is right, learn that which is moral, and then we do that. And that only comes from the drosh level. There's no other level that has this. Well, every level you should do whatever Yah says, but what I'm saying is where the conviction comes in. I'm talking about when you see a person that Elijah, Jezebel was killing everybody, all the prophets. What made Elijah be like, I'm just gonna keep preaching what Yah said. There was a reason. It's because he understood the script from a drosh level. I can do that with everybody. Really, all of our prophets operated here. Okay, so they all did all three. I want to show you something. This level also, as I said before, it is a level with the goal is, for you to learn and know something and then understand right from wrong and then to do. Also, it requires that you know the whole Bible. Why? Because by its very word, to seek or inquire, we have to know what we're looking for. We have to know how to search something out. We need to know how to inquire, how to ask, who to ask. As we're going to look at an example today, we're going to see that the prophets all, and I'm going to use a term here because I know that the prophets lived at different eras and times, right? But I'm just going to say, since their words were written, right? The prophets had no problem asking each other questions. That's the way I approach the Bible. And these are my ancestors, and their writings are still alive. So when I'm reading something, I'm like, man, Moses, what did you say about this? And then Moses, I said this. And I'm like, okay, let me see how Isaiah said it. Let me see if Jeremiah talked about something, right? And so the drosh level takes you to the point that when you read something, you're seeking information and you're seeking truth and seeking morality so that you can do is based on being able to go into the Torah itself and find all your answers. So a person who's not familiar with Torah cannot operate on the drosh level. Why? Because you've got to use the scriptures. The scriptures are what interpret the scriptures. Yes, even on this level. And then it will lead you to do. Write this down. The drosh level is also more interpretive. That the drosh level requires more interpretation than remez. I had some more things to say about the remez, but I'll do that later on. While we get interpretation in remez, it is drosh or jarash. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, y'all know I'm country. It is the drosh level that forces us into more interpretation. So you will ask the question like, if you see something, say, I see that. So the Jarash level says, what else do you see? And then you say, I see this. What else can you see? And don't just tell me what you think you see. Give me verse, chapter, verse. I see this too. Okay, chapter, verse. Book, chapter, and verse. What else do you see? What? Yes, what else? I see. Now, don't tell me what you think, Negro. We don't care. What does the Bible say on this level? What else does it say? And then you'll be like, man, if we keep doing this, we're going to be here all day. That's the reason why most people can't do Josh level. Because you're right. Once you start operating on that wise, it will take you all day. Matter of fact, it'll take you all month, maybe all year, wrestling with one concept, trying to get understanding. And one of our men, several of them do it, but probably the greatest writer that we have that operates like this, and he has to be careful. Well, I can't say that, but there's several of them. One is John, which we're going to look at today, and for sure the other one is Paul. Ain't no way around it. All of our writers were in the Josh level. But when you got writers who got to constantly remind you, like, ooh, I wish I could tell you this, but you're not ready. your brain ain't here yet. In other words, what they're not talking about teaching you the scriptures, because you know the scriptures. What they're saying is you're not ready for this next level of interpretation because I already know you're not familiar with the Bible. And as a result of not being familiar with the Bible like you should, there's some things I can't talk to you about. Just like if you don't know addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, we can't get into geometry and trigonometry and calculus and things like that. You got to go to basics. So a lot of times our prophets had to continue to just say, all right, let me just deal with the basics. Let's just keep with the basics. Just keep with the basics. Let's just get that together. And then hopefully eventually I can move you to some deeper interpretation. There's several instances like this in the Bible. The one I'm going to give you today is coming straight from our King. It's coming straight from the King. Yes, we're going to the King. Now, could I have gone to anybody? Yes. But did I want to go to the King? You better believe it. Woo-wee. Nobody has a greater example of Josh interpretation of the Bible than our King himself. And we're going to just show you a little bit about this interpretive style, law, where you will take the allegorical level to a whole nother level. And you will take figures and figurative language to another level. All right? And therefore, when you take the allegorical level, the figurative level to another level, and then continue to compare the allegorical, continue to compare the figurative language, continue to compare all of these insights to the plain surface meaning, that is when you are being drugged into some deep water. That takes work. That takes effort. That takes prayer. That takes meditation. In order to operate on this level, again, you got to be proficient. Man, there's so many examples I can use, but like, I'm an artist, I'm a musician, and all art and all music, I shouldn't say all because today they got some crazy stuff out there, but when you try to learn it properly, there's levels. So, for instance, in art, when you give a child or a young person a pencil or some crayon, and they tell them draw whatever you want, right? That's one level. You draw a mountain, they draw some birds, they draw whatever, right? But I used to teach art, and one of the things when you begin to take them into different levels, like the different types of composition, and the different types of, learning, understanding the color wheel, understanding all the different ways to make green, understanding that you only need 3 colors, blah, 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 and teaching them, how to create depth in your painting, how to create, is it going to be a light painting? It's going to be happy. It's going to be minute. So all these different levels that you teach in art, that is what separates the true art that we used to see, what we call classical art, from this stuff that they just take a balloon and fill it with paint and throw it on a canvas and splatter. Then you call it the splatter of life or whatever, the hope of life. And then they make you look into the splatter. Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it. No, this Negro just put some paint in a balloon, threw it on a canvas, pow, and that's it. Called it art, framed it, called it art. So there's levels. That's what I'm saying. Same thing in music. Same thing in music. I taught Yahrahn and jazz. I wish they would have gone even further with what I've given them, but same thing. You learn your scales and all that, but it's so much different when you get into movements, chord progressions. You get into tones, semitones, whole tones, tritones. You get into tritone progressions. You start talking about your chords, your fifth, your sixth chords, your diminished chords, your augmented chords, your suspended chords. You start getting into all that, and you start talking about keys and how different keys relate to other. You start doing it. It's deeper. This went out. Am I back? Can y'all see the Morehyosh? Hear me all right? Put a 100. I told you we're gonna be here a while. Why? Laying the foundation. Turn on. I see yes. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. So I was as music, and then you have rhythm, right? So not only do you teach them that, but then you got to teach, is it 4/4? Is it 3/4? Is it 2/2? Is it 6/8? You know what I mean? All these things that go on in the music world that the listening audience that are not musicians, they don't know what the heck I'm talking about, right? They're like, man, what do you mean? But musicians, they talk a language. So they'll say, instead of going 2/5/1, let's start on the 3. Let's go 3/6 2/5/1. How about this? Let's don't just start on the 3. Let's go 4/7 3/6 2/5/1. Let's do that. Or let's go 2/6 3/7 5/2/6. What? Yeah, try it. And then you do it like, oh. So musicians understand. They understand what I'm saying. And so they can hear it, and then they got to put it into practice, which takes hours and hours and hours of practice. But that is a deeper level of music, right? So we all think we know music and love music, but real musicians are taking it to another level. Believe me. Now, this new thing they're doing now, spitting in microphones and downloading loops, that's not music. I don't know what that is, but that's not music and that's not skill. That is, it's weak as water. That's why I can't hardly listen to music today. And the same thing goes with Bible study. The reason that I cannot listen to most preachers and teachers today is because I know, being a scholar, that they have not studied the Bible on this level at all, that I'm getting ready to show you today. They ain't studied on this level. Especially that so-called pig meat eating Negro preacher. He ain't got a clue. He preached the same sermon over and over again with just a different verse. He got one message. You going through it, child. Don't let your outside look like what you going through on the inside, child. Women, y'all be shopping. You should open. And being, you out here. Yep. But I got news for you. All you got to do is open up your... I'll be like, ugh, it's terrible. Now, some of them got good voices now. They can holler now. I ain't taking that away from them. But what I'm saying is, their sermons are sorry. They didn't use the tools, the law of biblical interpretation. They don't even know speech. They don't know the language. They don't know the art of preaching. They don't know the art and the art of sermon preparation, the art of sermon delivery. They don't know how to put it together. They don't know how to create scenes and atmospheres. They don't know how to set up the situation. They don't know the difference between what's called a book text. They don't know the difference between a verse text. They don't know the difference between a character text. They don't know the difference between. They don't know none of that. They just get up and just start talking. And me, I'm listening going, you got to be joking. Ain't nowhere in the world people are supporting you. It's all surface. A lot of that stuff is surface garbage and nonsense. And people today, unfortunately, are falling for it. Before we get into it, I want to say one more thing. I know y'all like, boy, all this in Josh level, yes. That's why I keep telling you. People don't want to go all this deep. This is deep. This is how we do it, though, over here. The idea of being able to not only use parables, but to properly interpret the parable is drosh. The level is a deeper level, I'm telling you. For there to even be a book in our Bible like Proverbs, it's like you start understanding why they talked about the wisdom of Solomon is because his drosh level was completely off the chain, completely off the register. His drosh level was way, way, way out there. I'm talking about to the point to where when you actually start studying those Proverbs, the fact that they are Proverbs and the fact that they still have this interpretation power, and it also keeps the biblical continuity, so that as he's giving you these Proverbs, all of these stories and these allegories and these metaphors and all of this different high level interpretation, or I should say parables, or Proverbs, puts Solomon on another level to where if you don't understand the whole Bible, you're going to miss Solomon. You're going to miss what Solomon's talking about. Because Solomon is going to continue to talk. In the book of the Proverbs, he's talking all of his Proverbs are like Proverbs. They're in the drosh, most of them. Most of them is in the drosh level. And that's why most people miss it, because you don't know what he's really talking about. The whole book, the Song of Solomon, one song. Woo! Whole nother level. Whole nother level. Way out there. Song of Solomon? Oh my. Whew. Way on another level. So there are some people who they smart like that. They can operate on those levels. And of course, no one operated on the drosh level greater than our king. I'm going to show it to you today. But he himself even told his own disciples, he said, I have a lot more I want to tell you. He said, there's a lot more things that I want to teach you. At one point, he actually tells his disciple, up until now, you have asked me nothing. I said, what? What did you just say? They've been asking you questions ever since you got with them. You've been asking them questions. They've been asking you questions. He's like, they ain't asked me nothing. Wow. What is it? He's talking Josh. It's a whole nother level. Okay. I don't know what number I'm on, but here's another point. I think I lost track of my numbers. Here's another point. Drosh, or the Drosh level of biblical interpretation, includes grammata, or it includes what we say numbers. All right? And it's a whole other study of numerology, the study of numbers, right? So in the Drosh level, oftentimes when you study it, there's numbers involved. And every number in the Bible has a meaning. Our scriptures are not haphazard at all. I keep telling y'all, it goes so deep. So even with everything I said, this is a whole nother level of study. I'm talking about a complete level that's just completely different than anything I just said, which is the study of numbers. So in order to understand the Drosh level, you gotta have a study or an understanding of all the numbers of the Bible. Why? Because the numbers of the Bible carry intrinsically, they carry meaning. So therefore, when we hear of certain words and certain parables and things like that, or we read certain passages that always want to put out these numbers, so you can see these numbers, what the writer is trying to get you to do is see the drosh. So the drosh level is an understanding of the numerical value of whatever he's talking about, because they put a number on it in order to make you refer to something, to understand something. So therefore, you have to have so therefore, if you don't know what the numbers are, then it doesn't make sense to you, or why something is in the number form. It won't make sense. I'm going to give you a short reason. I'm going to give you a short illustration, right? We have 7 days of creation. 7. You don't understand the significance of that if you don't know what the number 7 is. If you don't understand the significance of the number 7, you will not understand the Shabbat. For the drosh of the Shabbat is tied to the number 7. 7 as a number is tied to Shabbat. So in order to understand what the Shabbat is on the drosh level, you gotta also include that it is the 7th day. The 7 in that is important in drosh level interpretation, because the 7 and the Shabbat obviously go together. That's why you can't move the Shabbat to Sunday. The Shabbat has to stay on the 7th, because the 7th is Shabbat and Shabbat is 7. I know, I told you. I said, I'm dragging you on deep water. I told you that already. I warned you before you came in the room. So now more you're trying to tell me, not only do we got to know the whole Bible, not only do we have to know every book of the Bible, every character of the Bible, all of our kings and all of our prophets, all of the times and all the dates, we need to not only know all of that, but now we got to be able to search all those verses, yes. And we got to be able to pull out the right moral code, yes. And then we have to be able to interpret it on another level. Then what about this? Then what? Yes. And then we got to be able to see it as an allegory or figurative. Yes. And then on top of that, we got to put in the numbers. Yes. Watch. And I ain't even going to go deep on this part. But the numbers are so deep. Watch this. That even in our genealogies, that the Bible has chosen, for sure Moses, but I won't do this right now. Even with the genealogies that Moses chose to write down, he made sure that the numbers fell perfectly so that certain people popped up in the genealogy at a certain number. So sometimes, y'all like, ain't no way Moreh studied like that. I'm trying to tell you. Sometimes certain people would be left out of genealogies so that certain men would show up at a particular number, so that this man and this number would match. And what he was matching is something on the drosh level. He's matching something on a deeper level. So not every single individual will be listed. Sometimes it would be a father and then a grandson that would be said son of. And the reason is because he's counting as he's writing, because the numbers also go with the interpretation. I know. Look, I'm going to give you a chance to breathe. Now I want you to see something. That ain't the only thing. We not only have numbers popping up everywhere, but we also have a numerical alphabet. So the alphabet itself is based on numbers, right? Aleph, 1, Bet, 2, Gimel, 3, Dalet, 4, right? Until we get to 10, and then we go 10, 20, 30, right? So watch this. Even every individual word of the Bible has a numeric value that connects to other words in our Bible that also have those numeric values. Drosh. I'm going to show you one today, but I can give you so many examples of it. So certain numbers in the drosh level of study automatically become allegorical. They automatically become, what's the word that we use? They automatically become an idiom. The certain numbers automatically become an idiom. Well, what's an idiom? An idiom is a saying that includes numbers. All right? So remember, once they understood all the meaning of all the numbers, a lot of times when they talked, they would use certain numbers as an idiom. This is where I told you, most people by now, they've completely fallen off the Bible study. This is too deep. I'm dragging most people. Ain't nobody going, especially most people, they're not doing this. But let me show you this. When certain numbers appear in our scripture, they become an idiom. And one of the problems that we have when we study the scriptures is trying to bring an idiom, which is word numbers. It's number meaning, just like word meanings, number meanings. We're trying to bring an idiom into our culture that we don't know what it was. So we keep trying to interpret a numerical idiom as a as an actual numeric, a number fact. But on the Drosh level, they understood idioms, and they had numbers that were idioms. It was just, the number was used because it represented an idiom. We don't know what the idiom is in a lot of situations because we were separated from our culture. So when we were separated from our culture, we lost a lot of the numerical idioms. So when we hear the idiom, we don't understand it. Really I could do a lot on this level too. But one of the biggest problems that we have is when we start studying things like the days of Daniel and the weeks and the months. Why? Because Daniel is speaking in idioms that we don't know anymore. We don't know what those are anymore. But we know something about 7 as an idiom, but we also need to know something about 3.5. So what did 3.5 mean to our ancestors? Because I told you when I was going through the book of the Revelation, I said just the very book itself on the Passat level teaches us that this is not a 7-year period. That 7 years is symbolic. And reading the text based on what goes on in that 7 years, we also know that the 3.5 must also be symbolic. And because we don't know, when you read the book, you're going to find out it takes longer than 3.5 years for the things in the book of the Revelation to come to pass. Because the Revelation begins with letters to the assemblies, which is the assemblies after Hamashiach that were set up, right? That were set up among the candlesticks, right? I don't want to go deep right now, but here's my point. We know that the letters go to them, and the last word in that is the gathering of the remnant into the kingdom. And that, from the time of the letters to the gathering of the people into the kingdom, is longer than 7 years. So then the 7 year becomes an idiom of completion, right? So 3.5 has to mean something too. That is a drosh level. And we keep trying to put our English in our mind, Western mind, into a Hebraic mind, which everybody who was reading this understood it because it was an idiom. Everybody understood it because that's how they talk. If I'm going back to music again. If I say that everything is on the one, that the one is the most important thing in music, only the musicians understand what I'm talking about. Everybody else is like, I don't know what you mean by the one. You don't know what I mean by the one? Nah, man, what do you mean by the one? But the musicians that understand the one, number one, they know I'm talking about the genre of funk. They know I'm talking about the downbeat, the very first beat of every 4 beats. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And so, and if I say, hey, make sure no matter what you do, get on the one, right? The one is now an idiom. Watch this. Same number. If I say to you all, that dude right there, now that's the one right there. So you can't go now and do a dictionary definition of that. It doesn't make sense. If I say he's the one, you say he's the one. Yeah, he's him. That's the one. So unless you understand that the one now, the number one is being used as an idiom to mean that that particular person is the outstanding person in his field. He's the best. So I went from the one being used as a beat to the one being used as another idiom meaning the best. So in the drosh level of biblical interpretation, we have to know when he's using the one as an actual just one, or when he's using it as a allegory, or when he's using it as a metaphor, or if the one is an idiom. We have to figure all those things out to understand when we're using the number one. Just like you would have to do that talking to us, because we may come up with another meaning of the one that people who don't know us, they'll be like, what are you talking about? I'll give you another example. I'll use the one again. Same number, one. If a person say to you, you got one more time. What does that mean? What's the idiom? If a person says it like I'm saying it, you got one more time. What's the idiom? The idiom, let me see if anybody get it. Yes, the idiom is you're in trouble. So you see how I did, so one was a downbeat, one was the best or special, then one was like a threat of telling a person he's in trouble. So the one in that last illustration was the last. In other words, this is your last chance. This is your one more chance. This is it for you. So the idiom of the one must be interpreted by the person talking and who the person is talking to that understands it. That is another level of biblical interpretation, because our ancestors had a lot of idioms. Woo-wee, I'm talking about a lot. And so you get these numbers that have meanings that people understand. And these numbers were used all the time. So in the case of interpreting the Bible on the drosh level, it takes you further than like a Strong's Concordance or a Bible dictionary can take you. The drosh level, the only way that you can interpret the drosh level is that you have to become really familiar with the Bible by reading it over and over and over again. Because once you start reading it over and over and over again, you start to hear in the writers, when they're writing, you start to be able to hear their personality, and you start to hear their voice, and you start to understand the way they talk, and you start to understand how they use idioms. And so you can immediately tell, oh, right here, he's using an idiom. This is an idiom that he's doing. This is not, you can immediately tell. It's like when I'm talking, and I'll say something and people will know that I'm not being literal here. I'm using an idiom here that people understand. And so people will comment, Maury, why? Because we use those kind of words all the time. I wrote this down when I was putting this message together, why this level is so important. And that was because numbers are involved also. In proper biblical interpretation, the numbers cannot be ignored. But we also need to know when the numbers are literal and when they're figurative, or when they're an idiom and we just don't know what the numbers are because we lost the idiom. And another one, I don't know what number I'm on. Somebody should be counting these numbers. I should have numbered them myself. But here's another level of the drosh. The drosh level also is deep because it not only uses numbers in an allegorical, figurative, or idiomatic way. The drosh level also uses words, just individual words, in an allegorical way. So that one word used in one passage, I'm talking about Hebrew word, can have a particular meaning. But then, watch, they can use another Hebrew word, but when it's used as an idiom, the other Hebrew word that they're using is the meaning of a different word. More, that's confusing. I told you we were swimming deep. Let me talk about it's confusing. I know it is. But I'm going to say it again, that when you read our scriptures, the Hebrew words in a verse or a sentence does not stay consistent throughout the whole Bible. Sometimes the writer will substitute a word for the word that he was using, but he doesn't substitute the meaning. He's just substituting the word because the word will have a similar meaning, and he just wants you to see another nuance of it. He wants you to see a different angle of it. So therefore, you got to know, is he talking about this word literal, or is he talking about this word figurative, or is he talking about this word as an idiom, or is he talking about this word, in its original or in its modified meaning? We need to know that. In the drosh level, I'll give you a word. I'll give you a word that's kind of simple. Let's see here. I was trying to think of before I came in here, I was trying to think of a word I could help you all to see it. Oh yeah, here's one. How many of you all know the word swole? To swell, or to swole, or to swell up, or that person is swole. So in the human body, yes, swole. In the human body, well, really in animals too, but this is usually human. Most of the time when we talk about something that's swelling, it's negative, right? If somebody twists their ankle, the ankle swells. And therefore they have to get up off of it. They know there's a kind of infection. They know they gotta, because it's swollen. Or if a person's body is infected, most of the time wherever the infection is, there's also swelling. So swelling is an example of sickness, disease, or injury. Swelling is also a result of an infection. So when the human body gets infected with something, it swells. It bloats. You break an arm, it swells. So I'm just showing you that there's a word in the meaning of it. It's to swell, right? It's what we call this swell. So when we talk about the human, most of the time what we're talking about is it's bad. It's a negative thing when you see something that's swollen. That's the first thing they want to do when you go to the doctor. Say, let me see, it's swollen. We need to do something about that swelling first so that we can then fix it, right? But what's the idiom? When we say that a person is swollen today, most of the time we're saying what? Let me just see if anybody got it in the chat. When a person said that they swole today, what's the first thing that comes to your mind as an idiom? Muscles. See? Exactly the opposite of swelling. First person put in the chat was muscles. Muscles actually have nothing to do with the word swelling as far as in the human body, because swelling is negative. Swelling is sickness. Swelling is disease. It's an infection. It's a result of something that's wrong. So what you do is when you add muscle and tell a person that he's swole, you're only taking one very small part of the word swell, and that is the big part. They're just big. You're taking the big part. So you're taking out the disease. You're not using the idea of infection. You're not using the idea of sickness here. You're just using the one part of the word that means you got bigger. And because it's an idiom, we're saying that you got bigger doing something positive, which was lifting weights or whatever, working out, that you swole up, right? Now, unfortunately, most of the swelling that takes place among our people is a result of prison. So normally a Negro could go to prison and come out swole. That's what we say. So that's that prison body. That's that doing time body. And then, oh, they go to the gym, but what I'm saying is, come on, y'all. Are we talking about, man, shoot, have you seen that nigga since he got on? That's what we say. Have you seen such and such? Man, that nigga swole. No, that little Negro shit. You better go see him. You ain't gonna believe him. Man, he swole up. And what we're saying is that when he went to the pen or whatever, he came out, because that's all they can do in there is exercise and get strong muscles, right? Ain't much to do. So again, that's just a picture, but we also now apply it to going to the gym, right? Or a person who just puts on a lot of muscle. We say, man, he's swole. So we only took one small part of the word, which is the big part, and we applied it to a person who is muscular. That wasn't at one time. So again, there's no way you could look up the dictionary definition of the word and understand the idiom, because the idiom of the word is not in the dictionary. So therefore, when I'm listening to some of these preachers preach and teach, and they're trying to make our idioms not idioms, I'm like, they idiots. More, you arrogant. No, I'm telling you. You have to understand this level. You have to. This is another level, because sometimes if a person wants to just hold on to the dictionary definition of swell or being swole, and you say that so-and-so is swole, you're going to think that person is sick or dying, and he ain't talking about that at all. He's actually using the part about being big. That's all. So in the drosh level, that happens in Scripture. It does. Because our people understood what each other was talking about. Now, I'm going to show you a negative of the word swell. That's also kind of funny. Not only do we call him swole when he put on muscle, but we'll also say someone has swole up if what? I'm seeing the chat if anybody get it. We say a person has got fat. Yeah, they just got big. She said big boned. Or I couldn't see who it was. See, we also say so-and-so. So look, it depends on, yeah, Jazz right, when they get fat. So then it depends on what? It depends on who's talking. It depends on the context. Because it could mean fat. You haven't seen so-and-so lately? Oh my goodness. They're swole completely up. Like, what? Which means they done got heck of fat. Just fat. We ain't talking about no muscle now. We're not talking about physique. We ain't talking about prison. We ain't talking about the gym now. Now we're talking about fast food. talking about just straight up fat. So how can we properly interpret the Bible? How can we properly interpret the Bible without knowing the idioms? And how can you know the idioms without studying the Bible? Because you have to listen to the way a person's talking. You have to listen to how they talk so much that you can catch the idioms when they're talking. A lot of times people ask the Moreh, man, how you be seeing that? Man, how you get that? Man, where you get that from? I've read these fellas so much. I've read their books so much. I can tell when they're using idioms. For the most part, I can tell when they're capping. I know what y'all saying. This is a different word for capping now. When I was a kid, it meant I could tell when they were exaggerating about something or just talking about somebody real bad. I can tell when they're making mockery. I can tell when they're being serious. I can tell when they're being very precise. I can tell when they're just bringing a rebuke. I can tell when they are using a particular idiom that's based on something else. That's why I'm like, oh my goodness, this is right here. I do it all the time in scripture. And when Abaya called me to be a seer and told me to go this deep into the Bible, don't matter if it don't matter to other people. Anybody tell you, man, it don't take all that. That's fine for you. That ain't fine for me. He told me I got to go into all these levels. So I spend the majority of my time reading the scriptures. And as I was going into these deep levels, right, I started realizing something. First of all, I told you all this a million times. This Bible right here is right. It's correct, and it's one book. Ain't no contradictions in here. These fellas right here, the only way you could have a book that's written over 1,500 years, the only way you could have a book like this with 40 different writers and authors from different types of places, positions of power, captivity, freedom, throne, country, ocean, mountains, all the way from doctors, priests, farmers. Anyway, the only way that there could be a consistent thread that tied this whole book together is that it has to be true when it says that our prophets spoke as they were moved by the Ruach. So that the common thread among all of our prophets is that they're all moved by Yah to write. So while Yah did not remove their personality, he allowed them to be themselves, to write as a human instrument. He also made sure by the Ruach that he kept everybody on the same page, on the same line throughout the whole Bible. So there's no contradiction. How you know, Moreh? Because I studied this on the dross level. There ain't no contradiction. Matter of fact, the first thing that I came up with when I was waking up to the truth, because everybody tried to play Paul against the Torah. And when I read the Torah, and I kept reading Paul, reading Paul, I'm like, I don't know if there is anyone in the Bible other than Hamashiach that understood the Torah and preached the Torah like Paul. I don't think there is one. Paul was on another level. Even Kepha said it. Kepha said, Paul is saying the same thing we're saying. 2 Peter chapter 3, Peter says of Paul, he's saying what we're saying. But the Negro is smart. He on another level. His dross understanding really ensouled. He said, man, you will twist it because you don't know what he's saying. Just like you're going to twist the verses that he's talking about because you don't know what those verses are saying. But Paul does. It's almost like you got to think about them being like brothers. They're partners, right? It's like when they get around each other, they all brainiacs. But when they get around, brainiacs. Woo! Kepha is another one. I'm not downplaying Kepha, because when you read Peter's writings, it's another level too. Especially First and Second Peter. Wow. Let's just put that out there. You're talking about somebody that understood Drosh level. Woo-wee. I'm talking completely over most people's head, right? But here's what happens. You get these biblical brainiacs in the same room, and they talk in Bible. And then Paul starts to do that Paul thing to where he comparing verses in scripture that are like obscure, that are like hidden meanings and things, right? And the rest of the brethren, they like, that Negro right there, boy. Paul, where did you? Yeah. 2 Kings. Yeah, go down and so on, so on, so on, so on, so on. So it's right there. That one word right there. That's what that word was. That word connects to this that Isaiah said. That connects to what Jeremiah said. That connects to Malachi. That connects to this. And they like, boy, how'd you see that? How in the world did you see that? And Paul said, well, I showed it to you. So don't worry about that. It'd be different if I kept it to myself. But I showed it to you. I told you. When I started reading, I said, all these men got personalities. They know each other. Some of them are contemporaries. Some of them prophesied at the same time. Some of them prophesied one after another. But they all was on the same page. I said, that's a whole nother level of Bible study. And I told y'all we're going to be in the room for a while. If you still with the more, put a 500,000 in the chat. Paul had to be careful when he talked, because he operated on the soul level, on the drosh level so much. He had to be careful. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it. In 1 Corinthians chapter 1, Paul says, for Hamashiach sent me not to baptize, but to preach the gospel. Then he said, not with wisdom of words. Huh? Yeah, he didn't call me to sit here and just be going deep into words and things like that. No, lest the cross of Hamashiach should be made of none effect. In other words, what's the point of always being over your head? For the preaching of the cross is foolishness to them that perish, foolishness. To the people that's going to hell, talking about the cross, and that's the crossbeam that he was crucified on. I did a whole sermon on that. He said, for people that's going to hell, that's foolishness anyway. They're going to hell because they don't understand the cross, right? He said, but unto us which are saved or being saved, it is the power of Yah. How does he know that? Drosh. The Drosh level, he saw the connection of the salvation of Yah and Yah's people through the cross of Hamashiach. He was able to see it on a Drosh level. It didn't have to be the exact cross. It didn't have to be the exact tree. It didn't have to be the exact garden. That's not how it works like that. What he saw was what happened in Eden, and what happened out there in that whole situation, and how we saw a lamb that was, I'm going to get to that in a little bit, but watch. He was able to then see that, and then what? Compare that to all the scriptures. So then he sees what? The sacrifice of Isaac. He sees the ark of Noah. I should go in order. He sees the transliteration of Enoch. He sees the ark of safety for Noah. Two different types of departure. One saved through the, anyway. He sees the call of Abraham, right? Then he sees the offering of Isaac. What's that all about? And then Isaac gets up off the altar. So he sees things on a different level. It's called Josh. So he already knows some things just by that. He already knows that there's going to be a sacrifice. He already knows that the sacrifice will be not just the son of Abraham, which Hamashiach is our kinsman redeemer. He also sees that he's the son of Yah, because Yah said, I provide for myself a lamb. So the cross itself, to the foolish people going to hell, talking about ain't no Messiah, you're going to hell anyway, nigga, go to hell. But to us that are understanding the word and teaching it and trying to understand it, we know the symbolism of death, burial, and resurrection. We could see it all through the Bible. We could see that it took the sacrifice of our king. We could see through Adam and Chawah in the garden, right? We can walk that all the way through our prophets. Then we see it in Moses through the sacrifice of the lamb and the blood on the doorpost. Then we see it, right? The post is wood. He can see the wood. You understand what I'm saying? So he's like, man, I'm going to preach this, but to people who stupid and ignorant, don't know the Bible, talking about ain't no Messiah, you non-messianic maniac, you're going to hell. I keep telling you, you can't hold a candle to this dude. Paul, if the move rate, and I call myself trying to study this Bible, if I was ever in a room with Paul, I would shut up. I wouldn't say nothing. I would even hold in my shout. I might miss something. You shouting about what? What you just said. Oh, but what I was really saying was, I'll be trying to stop you. Man, that's enough. You're like, man, no, let's talk. No, Ray, you say you want to talk? He said, I have to work on not doing that. He says, and me working on that is hard. Why, Paul? Because I know some things like all flesh is not the same. There's one kind of men, another of beasts, another of fish, another of birds. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the celestial is one and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun and another glory of the moon, another glory of the stars, and every star different from another star. So is the resurrection of the dead. It's sown incorruptible, but raised incorruptible. It is sown in dishonor and raised in glory. It is sown in weakness and raised in power. It is sown a natural body and is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body and there's a spiritual body. As it is written, the first Adam was made a living soul and the last Adam was made a quickening spirit. Howbeit, that was not first which is spiritual, but that which is natural. And afterward, that which is spiritual. The first man is of the earth, earthly, but the second man is Yahuwah from heaven. Well, ain't no way in the world y'all kept up with Paul. Ain't no way you kept up with him. Ain't no way. You ain't kept up with him. What's wrong with you? You out the room. Leave. Get out. You can't keep up with that. The only reason that we even can read it is because we've heard it before. Imagine hearing this for the first time come up out of his mouth after he just said, I'm not going to be using words of wisdom, and then he slip and say this. You're like, dude, you just, in casual conversation, you talk like this? Josh. Way over your head. And then we got some Negroes born yesterday talking about, don't be listening to Paul. Paul was, you going to hell. I promise you that. You can't hold a candle to nobody in the Bible, first of all. But to try to challenge the greatest mind, the mind that Yahushua came down from heaven to call into the walk and to make a part of the remnant, then you come later talking about, I don't listen to him. You go to hell. And then want to put on him that he getting rid of the Torah and all that. Boy, y'all going to hell. Woo-wee. And I know what you're thinking. Moray, how do you know all this? How are you studying all this? Once again, full time. Because this kind of study takes time. This is why Yah would set certain people apart so that they could do this type of work and study. And they were to be supported by the people that they're going to show the result of their efforts to, which is you. I literally could take all this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Torah that Yah gave me and teach it to myself. Y'all don't know me. Only people know me is my close friends and my family. They don't, y'all have no idea how happy and content I can be in a hammock with my Bible swinging back and forth on the beach. You have no idea. Say, man, that old man over there, he just got his Bible? Yeah. Is this what he do every day? Just come out here read and be swinging on his hammock? Yeah. Y'all have no idea. Once I got to this level of study, I was like, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. It was the people close to me that said to me, Jazz is one of them. She's in the room right now. She said, Dad, what you are learning in Scripture, the world needs to know it. Not just because, I talk to my kids, my family, and close friends. I told you I had a little small congregation. And this is the kind of stuff we'd be talking about. She said, no, the world got to hear this. And I did not know how to be supported or anything like that. And then after the, after the pandemic, the story, Most High, we didn't even have a congregation anymore. And I asked Abba about how would the house of Israel support, how would I live? I got a house note, car note like everybody else. I got bills, I got family. I have to do the work, got to travel, got to do it. How would I live? Especially out here in California, man, please. He said, teach the people what I'm teaching you. So this level of study that I do, and again, I already made the preface in the beginning of the video, is for you. And I know you're saying, ain't no way you study this deep. I promise you I do. It's the only way I can study now. And I haven't even gotten to the verse that I'm going to use today, but I want you to understand some things. This is what it does take. I don't care what nobody tell you. It don't take all that. Well, then you going to hell. That's you. I was called different. I was called different. And when I started reading these people and I could hear the way they talk, and I could go to, just like I went to 1 Corinthians, I didn't have to fumble. I knew where I was going. I could tell you a couple of times when Paul slips like this. The way he starts to talk, he slips. He goes into the Paul mode. And this is what Peter's talking about. He's like, dude, y'all don't understand this Negro. He's way out there. He deeper than all of us, but he ain't preaching something different. He's preaching the same thing. He just a brainiac. Which means, how did he know about all them different stars and stuff? He had to be proficient in what? Genesis? Job? Come on now. He had to know all that. David? Our people studied the stars. Then he had to understand resurrection. And he broke that thing down from plants to animals to sun, moon, stars, then people. Boy, ain't nobody can preach like this. Can't nobody put no lesson. Can't nobody put no sermon like that together. That dude right there was on another level. So why did I do that? Oh, because I wanted to show you that the way this Bible study, the way the Bible was meant to be interpreted on this particular level, it takes more than just a hint. It takes familiarity. All right. It also, as I mentioned, takes numbers, understanding numbers, because every number is also idiomatic. I'm going to give you one more before we get into the actual verse, because I want to show you a verse. I want to at least start with a verse. And that is culture, and why culture is so important. Okay, so not only is Drash connected to, do we have a numerical to every word, but then there's culture. I probably spend 50% of my time, maybe more, trying to understand my culture. The Bible is my culture. These are my people. This is my ancestry. These are my people. Still got the DNA of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in my veins. And so one of the things that I do in the Drosh level is try to understand the culture. Now, this is a little different than the idioms. They go together, but it's still the culture. So there's a few things that we need to learn about our culture. Well, not a few things. There's a lot that we need to learn about our culture, because our culture is completely different than the Western culture. Jazz did a fantastic job on her YouTube channel and on her website. You want to go over there and look at that. That PDF is a great start to understand the difference between our culture and the Bible. The Bible is never talking about this Western culture, ever. And it's talking in terms to people who understand it because of the culture. I'm going to just put out a few examples of how it's different. How many of you watching me own a camel? How many of y'all own a camel? You own a camel. Look at the laughter. See? They have a camel. You don't have a camel in your backyard? You don't ride a camel? You don't feed a camel? So how can you even attempt to understand any verse written about a camel? Can you? No. So what happens to you is your interpretation can only be just you're thinking. You're just thinking about something. But you don't know anything about a camel. So all the verses in the Bible that talks about a camel, our people, we had camels. That was how we moved around. They carried our luggage. Believe it or not, the camel is so important to our ancestors that the camel is actually related to one of the letters of our alphabet. We're so removed from a camel, we don't know anything about camels. But the camel, among our ancestors and our culture, was so important to our culture that we literally had a letter of our alphabet is a camel, and that's the Gemel. I know. So being separated from our camels means that in order to understand scripture, we got to go back and try to understand people who've been around camels. The Moray flew to the Holy Land and got on a camel, hung out with a fella who had camels. I want to know, tell me about this thing. Oh man, it does this. I said, man, where are you from? Man, right over there. You want to ride? Yeah, of course. I want to see how I get down, how I get out. I want to see what it feels like to be on top of this thing. Hey, why? My people rode camels. I don't know anything about a camel. So while I'm out here in the Holy Land where they still got camels and they let you ride them around, I want to see what this is so that next time I talk about a camel and preach about a camel, I can literally say what it feels like, what it seems like, what our people use them for. And in my mind, I have a reference. Because our culture had camels all the time. Nobody has to explain to someone about a camel if you had camels. Number 2, how many of y'all got an ox? See, the ox is the aleph. The very first letter of our alphabet is an ox. It's a picture of an ox. So because we've never been around oxen, where am I doing my, I think it's in a box. Jazz did an excellent job with the flashcards. She put the ox on there. If you ever get around an ox, if you ever hang out, I did get a chance to do that growing up. So when we talk about an ox, I understand that a little bit more than a lot of people, because growing up in the country, we saw cows and bulls and oxen. Because an ox is really just a huge bull. It's a part of the cow family. I ain't gonna go into that. But when you see his size and you see his mass and you see his power and you see how he was used as a beast of burden and you see how he ate straw and how they yoked him with other oxen because they needed to do. When you start to see that, then certain Bible verses that have to do with the aleph makes more sense. Now we're talking what level? Drosh. It's a whole nother level of study, I'm telling you. So that things our ancestors saw every single day, we have not seen one day in our whole life, which makes the drosh level of interpretation very, very, very difficult to have a true understanding. Because what we have to do with the drosh level is to understand right from wrong, good from bad, and then to put it into practice. So the drosh level, the results is doing what we learn. And how can we do unless we understand these things? It's another level. And I haven't even dealt with soul. That's another whole thing. I'm just dealing with drosh. The culture of our people, living in tents. That's the bet of the aleph bet, right? We don't live in tents today. We all live in houses. So we have to be able to understand, how do I teach this then? How do I understand this? And I can go on and on. But these are things that our people lived with all the time. Every single day, the culture pretty much never changed until the Romans invaded our people, that the Italians at the time were running the whole world. Rome, remember, is Europe. This is the European powers. They occupied our land, just like the Europeans occupy all people's land. And then they began to change our culture and to change our people and change our ways. We became Hellenized. And then after that, our biblical understanding. I told you, if you don't understand proper biblical interpretation, you will allow your Hellenization to have you dragging a Christmas tree into your house. Think about that. Think about how far you will be off track if you don't understand Drosh. You will be changing the Shabbat to the first day. You will be putting Christmas trees in your house instead of having a menorah to light up the house or whatever. You'll be eating swine flesh and roaches, and you'll be eating out of pots of abomination. Why? Because in your brain, you never got to the point of, when I read this, I'm supposed to do it, because you were never taken to the level to where doing is the end result. You find out what is right, you find out what is wrong, you find out what is functional, and you find out what's dysfunctional, and then you make a conscious choice to live with the functional. Anything that comes outside of that is immediately rejected. Anything that is within the Torah is accepted. That's how it works. And how do we get there? It's a long process. Deep diving. I'm telling you, this is deep diving. And therefore, it occupies our time. And this, again, I'm going to stop saying it's not an arrogant statement, but I'm not doing this out of arrogance. I'm doing the same thing Paul said. It feels weird to even have to make certain statements. But this is why I don't talk to some people. This is why I don't get into debates over certain things with certain people, because I know that they never, not only not studied the whole Bible, but they've not studied it on a Remez level. And when I see that they haven't got the Remez level down, ain't nowhere in the world they dealing with Drosh. Ain't nowhere in the world they doing this kind of work. Can't be. You can't see this level. It's just like taking somebody who don't really know math and sticking them into physics, quantum physics, sticking them into high-level calculus or whatever. They're just going to be lost. And that's why I don't deal with most of these people, because they don't understand the level I'm teaching on. They don't get it. And the reason is because most of these leaders today are lazy. And not only are they lazy, they are wicked. Everything to them is about, how can I make money, or how can I have a following, or how can I have more women, or how can I be more popular? Nothing about them is saying, I need to dedicate my life to understanding this book so that I can teach it properly to my people. Because there's laws. Okay. Ooh, how long have I been in the room? What? Oh my. Oh boy. Okay. Whoo-wee. Do we have the strength to continue? If you all want to continue, I at least want to bring out this just one verse and show you how the drosh would be applied to understanding. If you think you can handle it, place an 800,000 in the chat. Let me see. Don't do it because I say it. I just say, if you're gonna stay with the moray, place an 800,000. But if not, I'm gonna stop and we can pick it up tomorrow. No problem. Let's see if anybody want to stay in the room. What? Oh wow. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. You hear that, Jazz? Let's keep going. Oh, let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. biblical interpretation on the drosh level includes all the things that I've already spoken about. I know you're going to be like, more, don't say it, and more. But I at least wanted to introduce how many different levels it is to coming to a proper biblical understanding of anything. It doesn't happen by osmosis. You can't just lay your head on the Bible. You can't just keep reading the same verses over and over again to understand the Bible. You honestly have to read the whole Bible over and over again. And then even after that, you have to continue to read certain preachers and prophets over and over again, because that helps you understand things. I want you to hear something. Now, look, this is not going to be normal for you all. I just want to show you how to begin to study on the drosh level. Go to St. John, which is Yahrahn, chapter 10. St. John, chapter 10, I want to show you drosh, or drash. I'm country, so don't hold the pronunciation against me. I want you to hear this line here. You know what? Yeah. This is John chapter 10. We're going to start in verse 1. Okay? Remember, I don't normally teach on this level. This is just something I'm doing because we're together to introduce you to drosh. St. John chapter 10, verse 1. Verily, verily, or truly, truly, I say unto you, that he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up another way, the same is a thief and a robber. But he that entereth in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calleth his own sheep by name, and leadeth them out. And when he has put forth his own sheep, then go he before them, and the sheep follow him, for they know his voice. And a stranger will they not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers. This whole parable is drosh. Oh, Ray. Yes, it is. And to even try to begin to interpret this parable, all of the things that I mentioned before are in here. Just the parable. I want you to, again, I'm just showing you the drosh level. I'm not going into it right now. I'm showing it to you. Before you could even attempt to understand what he's saying, let's break down these verses, right? Verily, verily, truly, truly, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door of the sheepfold. Pause. What's the sheepfold? What's the door? What is the understanding of a sheep and a fold? And what is the door? So a sheepfold is one thing. The door to us, we don't know what that is. Because to most people, when we hear about the door, we're thinking about an entryway. And our brain does not go where it's supposed to go. But to the writer, to the hearer, when he said door, and when he said sheepfold, their mind automatically went, most of them, to their own backyard. Most of them to the wilderness that they were all familiar with, where everybody, during a certain amount of time, they would corral the sheep. I'm talking about Josh now. Watch. And normally the corral that was used for the sheep was made of thorns, thickets, sharp, long thorns. And they were made into a fence that went all the way around the sheepfold. And a little space was left in the front, which was called the door, the entryway and the exit, but it was not an actual physical door that you would lock. It was a gap wide enough for the shepherd himself to lay in. So the shepherd laid at the door, which was the entrance into the sheep or out of the sheepfold, which was protected by the thorns. So you see, but climbeth up some other way, which means this is not the door. This person is found a way to climb over the actual thorn hedge in order to get to the sheep. Now, just in that watch, Josh, the door, sheepfold, climbing up another way. You got to be familiar with what? Thieves and robbers who were doing what? Taking a risk to climb over the thorn corral to steal, to kill, and to destroy the sheep. Pause. But he that entereth by the door is the shepherd. So now we need to know what a shepherd is, how he was called, what was his job, and how is it that this shepherd is laying at the door and the shepherd is the door? Oh my. Then he said to him, the porter opened. What porter? Who is there opening the door for the shepherd to enter in to his own sheepfold? Watch. And the sheep hear his voice. Wait a minute. What do you mean his voice? So the shepherd has a voice. The shepherd has a word. The shepherd has a particular tone, a particular timbre, a particular frequency. He has a distinct voice. This shepherd don't sound like everything else. This shepherd's voice is... Now we're going into some deep stuff. Watch. And he calls his own sheep by name and leads them out. And when he put forth his own sheep, he go before them. And the sheep follow him, for they know his voice. Watch. And a stranger will they not follow, but they'll run. They'll run from who? They'll run from him. Just because they don't know the voice of strangers. So now, in the drosh, we've got to do some things. Because this is a drosh parable. Woo, I'm finna prove that in a minute. Y'all said you was going to wait for the moment, so we're going to take our time. Watch. The very first thing that we got to see in this parable, we got to understand some basic principles here. Well, not basic, but we got to see the drosh level. Why are we even talking about sheep? What are sheep? What type of animal is a sheep? Why did our people have a sheepfold in the first place? Why was the sheepfold made of thorns? Why do other people want to come in to our community, into our sheepfold and steal the sheep out of this particular sheepfold? Why are these sheep so valuable to everybody else and all the thieves of the world, so much so that we got to have our shepherd at the door of our sheep? How is it that our shepherd has a particular voice that only his sheep can hear? But he's saying the same thing, but the other sheep don't hear him. And then at the same time, when he gets ready to move to a certain area, all the other sheep stay back. Only the ones that hear his voice follow him. Don't that sound like the awakening? I'm not going here right now, but can't you see the crown of thorns around the brow of our master? Can you see that his sheep is his people? Can you see that he's getting ready to talk about folk who are trying to take the sheep from Yah? Can you see them breaking in illegally without the permission of the porter? Breaking in without the permission of the door. Just breaking in to steal and rob and kill and destroy the sheep. Can you see all those pictures? Every one of those have to be studied in drosh. And here's the principle I want you to see. Drosh level interpretation. Watch the principle. Watch. Nothing in this parable violates the surface. What's the surface? That there really is, on the surface, a sheepfold. That there really is a corral made of thorns. That there really is, on the surface, there really is an opening for the shepherd to lay right there. And there really are thieves and robbers that will come around trying to steal somebody else's sheep. And there really are people that try to call other folks' sheep out of their sheepfold. And it really is a phenomenon that goes on among sheep, is that you could put a bunch of sheep together in the same fold with different shepherds. And if one shepherd makes a call, only his sheep move. Drosh. So the question is, how do we interpret this on that drosh level? First of all, understand on the Passat level that everything he's saying is on the surface. On the Remez level, it all points to something. But on this Drosh level, we have to line up all the allegorical things. So first of all, this parable, no doubt, has to do with sheep and the safety of the sheep, security of the sheep, protection, right? Watch. On a Passat level, you'd have to say something like, when is the first time that we even saw sheep in the Bible? When was the first time we saw sheep? The very first time we saw sheep. And your mind, if you understood the Bible, your brain is going to go to Genesis. Your mind goes to Genesis first. Because we have a picture. And in the book of Genesis, in the garden, something happened. Y'all like, ain't no way in the world, Morehyosh, this is how you study. Yes, it is. And we see that Yah had put his Adam and Chua in a garden, obviously with a hedge. And at this point, you see this slithering serpent who comes into the garden, right? He comes in and he speaks to Chua against what Torah has said. And then she falls for it through hypnotism. Look, you can see the parallel, right? Can you see it? That's Drosh. Inside, she then convinces her husband. He listens to her over Yah. And as a result, they are eventually, well, they find out they're naked, they get judged, and then they're banished from the garden. Then there is a angel with a sword, right? Who stands at the door, if you please, of the garden, angels, facing every way to keep the tree of life. Which that's a whole other thing, but I just want you to see something, right? During the judgment process, something very interesting happens. Chua and Adam, realizing that they sinned, they sewed fig leaves together to try to cover their sins. And as a result of sewing those fig leaves, they realized in a very short amount of time that effort of covering their sins by themselves, they understood that particular effort is futile. Because once the leaves start to dry and they sit down, they expose themselves. It's dysfunctional to tie leaves around you thinking that they're going to cover your body. It's dysfunctional. So what happens is Yah then brings the Chua and Adam to himself, and the first time that we actually see of sheep, the first time we see one is that it is dying. It is being killed because of the sin of someone else. It is being killed because something got into the garden with more influence over Adam and Chawah than Yah. And therefore, instead of Yah killing Adam and Chawah for going in rebellion against him, a lamb or a sheep is killed and the skins are placed to cover Adam and Chawah. So we see a sacrifice in the beginning of a sheep on behalf of Adam and Chawah. And therefore, we see the need that from now on, when it comes to people, there needs to be a hedge around us. And at the gate, there needs to be a savior. And so the picture of the hedge around us, the wall of protection around us, the picture is chen, which is the Hebrew word, the English word we say grace, but it really is a wall of protection. Why? Because once we, as a people, a nation, once we disobeyed Yah, and I'm going to show you something. Once we were in trouble, then all of the enemies around us try to take us out. So we need a wall of protection. So we see that there's a parallel now between the sheep and the people, the shepherd and Yah, and the sacrifice of the sheep that ended up being a covering for Adam and Chawah. So we see that in the very beginning. This is Drash. These particular pictures become idiomatic, or they become it's repeated over and over again throughout all scripture. And I'm going to fast forward just a little bit because we start seeing the same picture over and over again. It's a motif, right? All right, now let's look at where it was that Yahushua puts this parable. Okay, let's look. So do you see in chapter 10, verse 1, where it says, "Verily, verily, I say unto you"? You can't really start a chapter there. We can't start here. So the question is, do we go up one? Verse 41, "If you were blind, you would have no sin, but you say, we see, therefore your sin remains." Okay, we see that that's supposed to be connected, but that's not where this conversation starts. Where does this start? Why do we even have this parable? We're doing this Drash. We have this parable because of chapter 9, verse 1. Going all the way back to chapter 9. No, Morey, ain't no way this is how you study. It is. I'm showing you. This parable is a result of chapter 9, verse 1. So what are we talking about? As Yahushua passed by, he saw a man which was blind from birth. Blind from birth. You can write it down. He was blind. That's a whole nother thing. Woo-wee. Because in the drash, we would then do a complete study on blindness. That's how we would study. And we would go back in the Bible and find all of the instances of when the Bible talks about being blind. And then we would get all the verses of the Bible that speak about being blind. What is blindness? How is it caused? What does it mean to be blind? What does it mean? Can you actually see and be blind at the same time? And can you actually be blind but really able to see at the same time? So there's another whole level of study just on blindness. But for now, I'm just showing you that that study would have to be done in in Drash. The blind study has to be done in Drash level to understand what he's talking about. All right, let's continue. And his disciples asked him, saying, Master, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Now y'all starting to see, right? I know it's too deep, right? So immediately when I brought the meaning, how we got to the parable, immediately when I brought brought your attention to chapter 9, verse 1, instead of just going up one verse or two verses, you can see now that we've got a problem in Israel. And we can see that there's a problem in Israel today. That most of us, like this man, born in captivity, born in the lands of our captivity under YG, blind, can't see. That's why they got Christmas trees and ornaments and pigs and pots of abomination. That's why they're doing all this. They're blind. Our people are blind. Now we're going to move. Look, y'all already starting to see it, but I'm showing you what Josh does for you. You're already starting to see something. So when one sense, right, goes away from blindness, I've already done the study on blindness, so I'm just using Josh. When one sense disappears, which is sight, other senses heighten, such as hearing. So if you're blind and you can't see physically, most of the time your hearing goes to another level. Right? So now you're operating on a heightened sense of sound because you can't see. Just like us here in the lands of our captivities. We are blind, but we should be able to hear. Even if you can't see it, can you hear it? Let's read. This is dry. This taking folk into deep water, I'm telling you. Let's watch this. Who did sin? This man that he was born blind. Yeshua said, neither have this man sinned nor his parents. Now he's saying the cause is not directly him, but that the works of Yah should be made manifest. In other words, you trying to get a direct reason for this blindness, and I'm trying to tell you, Messiah is on this whole thing is Josh. He said, Yah is trying to work a work here in him. Watch the text. I must work to work to him that sent me. Wait. That the works of Yah should be made manifest in him. And then in verse 4, he said, I must work. See? I must work the works of him who sent me. Here's another Josh level interpretation. While it is day. Does that mean one day? Does that mean 24 hours? Some Negroes, man, I had to talk to them for years and years. A day is not just 12 hours. A day is based on the context. A day could be 100 years. A day could be one day. A day could be 12 hours. A day could be, man, come on now. It depends on how you talk. Some of us say back in the day. We ain't talking about back on one single day. This is an idiom. I must work the work of him while it is day. Why? The night's coming when no man can work. The Drosh level interpretation takes you into now what? Day and night, which represents being able to see and being able not to see. Can you see? That Drosh level is cold. So now we have a whole nother theme. We have the theme of blindness. We have the theme of sin. We have these themes that we have to discover. Moving around in the dark, moving around in the light. How that relates to being able to see where you're going and not see where you're going. So that means people with good eyes, if the place is too dark, they will say things like, boy, I was completely blind out there. What they meant was, it didn't mean that I went blind, but because it was so dark, I couldn't see. So now we got a whole nother level of Drosh. That now, I want to see you what Yeshua was doing. He's painting, he's putting down this whole incident. And the way John wrote it, oh my, it's all connected on a whole nother level. We're going to continue. As long as I'm in the world, I'm the light of the world. Now, what are you talking about? So now we got another theme, right? Light. So our theme is light versus darkness, right? It's Drosh. So we would have to ask ourselves, when is the first time we saw light? We have to go where? Back to Genesis again. In the beginning, Yahuwah created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Yahuwah, or the Ruach of Elohim, moved upon the face of the water. And Yah said, let there be light. So watch. Those are themes on the Drosh level that we're dealing with now, is the light coming into the darkness. This man is born, in a sense, being blind. He's born into darkness. And what Hamashiach is saying on the Drosh level is that I personally have come into this man's life to bring him light so that he could see. I'm the light of the world. Just like he came into our lives coming out of captivity. In captivity around the world, we were plunged into darkness. That's what the Santa Claus and Krampus and worship of Odin and worship of Saturn and Saturnalia and Santa, that's all Saturn. To worship of this child-eating demon, this phallus worship that we're doing, we were caught up in darkness. But the Messiah said, I came into the world because I'm the light of the world. So as soon as we really understand Hamashiach and hear his word, immediately the illumination process starts to happen in us. Whether it's physical or not is irrelevant. What he's trying to say is, I'm the light. You worried about if this man sin or his parents is not the point here. The point is, I gotta show what I can do for a people born blind. born in the dark, operating under the power of darkness. I have to prove that right now. I got to show the world something. They don't know where real light comes from. Now remember John, I told you John is on another level. I ain't finna even touch John right now because I understand John's whole book, what he was writing about. I think John wrote this book after the revelation. I really do. I think John got the revelation first. And then after the revelation, he wrote the gospel. And the reason is he just says some things that, like, again, it's all drosh. I just said I wasn't going to do it, now I'm going to do it. John chapter 1. In the beginning was the Word was with Yah, and the Word was Yah. The same was in the beginning with Yah. All things were made by him. That means let there be light was made by what? By who? Yah. Yahushua. He's the Word made flesh, right? And without him was not anything that was made. Watch this verse. In him was life, and that life was there's the word, light of men. And the light shined in the darkness. Here's the sad part. And the darkness comprehended it not. So, Yahushua coming in the world to be the light of the world was the same way he was spoken into the world when the world was in darkness and the earth was without form and void. The same way that he sees us coming out of captivity in the darkness of paganism and Satanism, worshiping the devil, talking about the Old Testament been done away with, singing Yuletide carols, operating completely in Satanism and can't see it until Yahushua shows up, speaks to us. Most of y'all in the chat right now, he spoke to you, and once the light turned on, you was like, oh, we was worshiping the devil. Yes, you were. We were bowing down to a phallus, which is actually a penis symbol. Yes, you were. We were putting our children into Satan. Yes, you were. We were eating abomination. Yes, you were. The light came into your life. And once the light came, the darkness couldn't comprehend it. And most of you, that's when you decided to come up out that darkness. And that was his doing. Now, watch the text. Again, I'm still dealing with Josh. When he had thus spoken, he spat on the ground and made clay of the spittle and anointed the eyes of the blind man with clay. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Watch. You know what? Y'all in the chat shouting. I'm trying to show you the kind of work Moreh put in. Watch. What does he make with his spittle? Clay. When is the first time in the Bible do we see clay? Genesis chapter 1. Moreh, ain't no way you study like that. I'm trying to tell you. This is Dross level. Let's see. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And Yah said, let us make man in our image and our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over all cattle, and over every creeping thing that creepeth on the earth. So Yah created man in his own image. In the image of Yah created he, male and female, created he them. Now go over to chapter 2, verse 7. And Yah formed man from the dust of the ground. Wait, Moreh, don't say it. Don't say what? So the spittle made into clay, and we made a clay. He doesn't have to make a whole man. The problem is not the whole man. The problem is his eyes. Just need, hold on. Let's see, I can make some more. I can fix them eyes. Hold on. I can fix the eyes. I made the man in the first place. I'm the one who fashioned him anyway. Let me get some clay here. All right. There you go. There you go. Now, he made the whole body out of clay. He made the whole body out of the dust of the ground. So fixing a man's eye with spittle, which he made clay, is not an introduction to something new. Making a man out of clay was how he made him in the first. So if he made us out of clay, he could fix us with it. Come on now, stop it. I told y'all, ain't nothing new in the New Testament. Nothing. Now we're on a whole level of biblical interpretation, and folk ain't willing to go this deep, swim in this. Come on, that's some deep water now. So we see the connection. We saw clay, and we see clay. And only y'all can show us that when we understand the whole Bible. This is not a weird thing. This is how he made man in the beginning. So he don't have to remake the whole dude. He just needs to fix his eyes. You not missing maniacs. Y'all going to hell so cold-blooded. Woo wee. You need to repent so bad. Let's continue. Let's continue. After he anointed the man's eyes with the clay, he said unto him, go wash. That's second, right? Now go wash. What is he doing with us today? What is he doing with his remnant, with his people today that's born blind, stuck in this bad situation, darkness everywhere? He's anointing our eyes with clay, literally. And he's telling us, now go wash. Where? In the pool of Siloam, which is interpreted sent. Look, you've been sent now. Now here's what's interesting. This man couldn't see, but he could hear. And by hearing, he obeyed. Right? Josh. Go to Romans. Well, if y'all don't come to Romans with me, well, we're gonna have some trouble. Go to Romans chapter 10. Josh level. This is how you do it. Romans chapter 10, verse 17. So then faith cometh by hearing. Come on, boy. You saw it. I don't have to. It's in the Bible. It's Josh level. Whole nother level of interpretation. We still talking about, don't forget our theme. We still talking about shepherds, sheep. You know what I'm saying? Hearing his voice, right? And then we can run that theme all through the whole Bible. What happened? Abraham. No. Hold on. Noah. Abraham. Isaac. Jacob. Joseph. All of them heard, here. Moses. Come on now. Stop it. Be here all day. Joshua. And he tells the nation, Shema Israel, you need to listen. When one of your senses is bad, sight, then the other sense should be heightened, hearing. Yes, this is drosh level. Cold, ain't it? Then y'all wonder why I've told you I could go out on the beach and do this all day by myself. I could do this up in the mountains. I can do it, and I'll be just like y'all shouting in the chat. Y'all don't know if I'll be shouting to myself. I'll be like, woo, woo, what? And then run it through the whole Bible. All right, let's do it again. Let's continue. So he went his way. Why? Because he heard and he washed. And by washing, he became clean. Right? Washing enabled him to see. That is the picture of Torah again. We got the water of the word again. So now we got to run that we would run that whole thing. We would run down the whole list of what is water in the Bible and how water is used in Scripture. If you understand that in the Fasat level, I'm sorry, I keep saying Fasat, in the Drash level, you will understand that water is always going to have particular meanings in Scripture based on context. Therefore, they which had seen him, seeing that he was blind, said, Is not he that sat and begged? Oh. Some said, This is him. Other people said, No, it's like him. But he said, I'm him. It's me. He could hear him talking behind his back. That ain't him, is it? I think it is. Look like it. It's me. I ain't lost my sense of hearing, Negro. I can hear y'all. The only difference is I can hear you and see you now. Therefore they said unto him, how were your eyes open? This is what I be telling people in the awakening. Look, y'all asking me questions that are above my pay grade. He answered and said, a man that is called Yeshua made clay, anointed my eyes, said unto me, go to the pool of Siloam and wash. And I went and washed and received my sight. That's how it happened. Period. That's it. No, gotta be more. No, it's not more. That's what happened to me as a Moreh. I'm talking about now on the drush level. That's what happened to me. Somebody asked me, man, what happened to you? Now go wash in Torah. Wash your eyes out. Oh, wash my eyes in the word of Yah. I washed my eyes in Torah. I came out and said, whoa! Man, what's wrong with Pops? Hard to explain. I can see how. Okay, I was blind. Wait a minute, let's go back to the text. So that's all happened. That's the only thing happened to you. Your eyes was anointed with clay, and then you washed, and then you could see. They said unto him, where is he? I don't know. And they brought to the Pharisees him that aforetime was blinded, and it was the Shabbat. It was the Shabbat. Another theme, right? We'd have to write that down in the drosh level. We see another theme is the Shabbat. What is the theme of the Shabbat? Then you got to go back to Genesis again. On the seventh day, you got to see the first time we see Shabbat. Then we got to see the law of Shabbat in Exodus chapter 20. Then we got to follow all the different Shabbats all the way through the Bible to understand why John is pointing out that this was on the Shabbat. It's cool. This level is a whole different level of study. And as I said before, just the pure amount of time it takes to do this study, most people will opt out, let alone the mental energy it takes to do it, but just the effort that it takes to put into it. It's hard. And then y'all wonder why we ask the people for support. Because we doing this. Tithes and offerings, that's all we ask. And he said, they took him to the Pharisees. Then again, the Pharisees asked him how he had received the sight. He said to them, he put clay on my eyes and I washed and do see. He's not lying. That's what happened. Therefore, some of the Pharisees, this man is not of Yah. Who? Yoshua? He's not of Yah because he keepeth not the Sabbath. Who don't keep the Shabbat? Yahushua didn't keep the Shabbat because he made clay. Y'all going to hell. You're going to hell for that. Because he made clay and anointed a man's eye, told him to go wash, he's not keeping Shabbat. Because you don't know what the Shabbat is. You don't know the purpose of Shabbat. You don't know why Shabbat is important. That's why John put this in the Bible, because he wanted us to understand this on a whole nother level. He does keep Shabbat 100%. He never broke Shabbat. Matter of fact, when we study on a drosh level, you're going to actually find out that he is our Shabbat. I ain't got time to get into that right now, but he actually is Shabbat for us. Ooh, I'm not going to finish. Let's continue. I'll go as far as I can. I'm full. Others said, how can a man that is a sinner do such miracles? And there was a division. Remember I told you, or if I didn't, I should have told you, that the drosh level is known for division. Write that down. The drosh level brings division. That's what I told you. It's what separates everything else. The surface interpretation should automatic, and of course the hint should too. But the drosh level brings division automatic. Because once you see it properly, you cannot but make a choice. Which way are you going? Remember, it becomes moral and then practical. It becomes which one is right and wrong, and what do you do versus what you don't do. That's what this level of interpretation is. And so what we see is every time we get here, everyone is forced into a decision. Are you for him or against him? Are you functional or dysfunctional? Are you with the king or are you against the king? That's what this level does, because it makes you look at the whole Bible. Now, I got to go faster so I can get to a conclusion. But don't underestimate this word. There was a division among the people. It must be. There has to be a division. And they said unto the blind man again, what sayest thou of him that opened your eyes? And he said, he's a prophet. But the Jews, these were the leadership of the Yehudim, by the way. The word Jew is not in the Bible. But the Yehudim did not believe concerning him that he had been blind and received his sight until they called the parents of him that had received the sight, and they asked them, saying, is this your son, whom you say was born blind? How then does he now see? Is your son lying? What do you mean? Is this your son? Yeah. You say he was blind, born blind. Yeah. Well, how does he now see? His parents answered him and said, we know that this is our son, and that he was born blind. But by what means he now see, we don't know. Ain't that an interesting picture? Once again, drush. Every one of us coming out of this last captivity of the beast, we were born blind. All of us were into Satanism. Christianity, I keep telling y'all, is Dagon. It is Tammuz. It is Semiramis. It is the worship of the devil. I don't know how to tell y'all that. You getting ready to see it on display tonight and tomorrow, 100%. Everybody was born blind. So watch. This is how they treat you. When you wake up to the truth and you come out of darkness and you get your sight, then they go to your parents. Hey, what's wrong with this Negro? I don't know. Wasn't he doing everything else like everybody else was? Yeah. He used to love my greens with them ham hocks in it. He used to love me when I put them pineapples on that rat. We ate rat till we couldn't eat no more rat. I don't know what happened to him. But this is your son. Yeah, that's my son. But how he changed and how he keeping Torah now and how he can see the Bible like that now. Look, he's of age. Ask him. He can speak for himself. Now, why did his mom and daddy say that? Once again, another theme. These are all in that drush. Listen to this. These words spake his parents because they feared the Yehudim. For the Yehudim had agreed already that if any man did confess that he was Hamashiach, he should be put out of the synagogue. Stop! What? This is the church today. On the drush level, you can see it. Confess Hamashiach, follow him, and turn your back on this paganism, they kick you out. I got kicked out. Negroes in this town, the pastors in this city wrote a letter and shared it to every church all over California. Immediately, all my revivals stopped. All my preaching engagements stopped. All my lessons stopped. All my invitations stopped. My brother Henry is the only one. And to this very day, he's probably the only one breathing oxygen. Henry Davis. Every time we talk, he said, Bud, when you going to come speak for me, man? When you going to share something with the people? Why? Because me and him had a lot of talk. Even though he may not understand it or follow as deep as I am, Henry knows when I showed him the script, he said, man, woo. He's the one who told me the term one clicker. He was like, Doc, that's one of them one clickers, man. And I never forgot him saying that. I told him about Yahshua's name. It's not Jesus, it's Yahushua. And he opened his Bible program and he touched it. As soon as he clicked it, one time, the real name, Yahushua, popped up. He said, man, that's a one clicker. And I never forgot it. I've been using that term ever since. I got that from him. He's the only brother right now that will allow me to come speak to his people, share with his people the truth. And when I do go down there, I haven't been down there in a while. Ever since, the shutdown and all that. But my point is, all the other hundreds and hundreds of pastors and preachers and people and deacons and everybody else was like, no, he cannot be a part of the synagogue and have his eyes open. Now, you was cool when I was in there blind, but now that my eyes can see that we the people, who Yah is, the laws, the statutes, the commandments, the Torah, I'm looking at things really now on a deeper level. I actually got more information than I did when I was a pastor. But it does something. It upsets the synagogue. Now, we'd have to then run the whole word back to find out what is that about. And that word will go back to our word for assembly. And now you're getting ready to really see how Drash is so deep. When you take our word of assembly back, all the way back to the beginning, you're going to discover that there have always been people in the assembly who were into idolatry. We can go to the mountain when Moses was getting Torah, and they were talking about build a calf. So then you would run that theme. I keep bringing that up. So then you would have to run the assembly all the way through the whole entire Bible to see why or how these Pharisees and scribes, preachers and pastors, how are they even in a position to be influencing the house of Israel against Torah? How? And we find out how when we read the scriptures. What we find out is they're greedy dogs that can't get enough. They're shepherds that call themselves. They are wolves in sheep's clothing. They are thieves and robbers. See, now y'all looking at the I told you. See, when you read it, now you like, oh, more. Chapter 10 is talking about these Negroes in chapter 9, of course. So when he starts talking about the thieves and the robbers coming in by all these other different ways over the sheepfold, that they ought not. It is not their sheep. They so messed up. You done messed up the sheep so bad. You got the sheep listening to these Negroes who not keeping Torah over the king himself, the great shepherd of the sheep. So what they do was they said, in order for us to remain in power, we have to say, he ain't no Messiah. We ain't got to follow him. And now you got other people not willing to walk in the light and not to be made able to see. We got other people just like that today because they're afraid of the exact same thing. That pig, meat-eating, lying pastor said, if you come in here talking about you Israel, you kicked out. Don't come in here talking about no keeping the law, statutes and the commandments. Don't come here talking about you woke. This church ain't no woke church. We a blind church. Ain't nothing changed. This Drosh. This is another level, ain't it? All right, I'm going to read. So his parents was afraid to get kicked out, just like most of our people. That's our fear today. Therefore, said his parents, he's of age, ask him. Then again, they called the man that was blind. Keep on asking us questions. Give Yah praise. We know that this man is a sinner. You a lie. He answered and said, whether he be a sinner or no, I don't know all that. I just now start seeing today. One thing I know, that whereas I was blind, now I see. I tell you that. Y'all can call him whatever you want. That's on you. See right here, I'll be closing this thing out right here, hollering. You can say what you want. But what nope, don't do that. What I know, one thing I know, that whereas I was blind, now I see. Then said they to him again, what did he do? What did he to you? And they keep asking the same question over and over again. How? Open he your eyes. He answered them, I have told you already. You didn't hear. Wherefore would you hear it again? Will you also be his disciple? If I keep telling you, you're going to follow him? And they reviled him and said, you his disciple, but we're Moses' disciple. You're going to hell for that. Because Moses is the one, see, all of these themes have to be studied. What did Moses teach? If you go back, obviously, to Deuteronomy, you're going to find out that Moses taught the prophet to come. That's a whole other story. So now we have them lying because they're not following Moses. And really, Hamashiach is actually obedient to the writings of Moses, because it was Hamashiach is the one who told Moses what to write. The man answered and said unto them, why, herein is a marvelous thing, that you don't know from where he's from, and yet he opened my eyes. Now we know that Yah heareth not sinners. But if this man be a worshiper of Yah, and does his will, him he heareth. Since the world began, was it not heard that any man opened the eyes of one that born blind? If this man were not of Yah, he could do nothing. They answered and said unto him, thou wast altogether born in sin. Stop. What is born in sin? We go back to chapter 9, verse 1. Or verse 2. And his disciples asked him, saying, Master, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? So do you see the teachings that they had brought in? This is some wickedness here. And he says, this is what they said to the man. Man, you was altogether born in sins, and doth thou teach us? You know, that's what people are going to do. As soon as you wake up to the truth, they're gonna start reaching back to when you was born and what you've done and how your people were, and they're gonna be talking about, man, I remember when you used to, and I remember the way you used to, and I remember how you used to, and then you come talking about you want to teach us. I dare you come back, man. I know you ain't trying to. And you like, bud, y'all can talk till the cows come home. I was blind. Now I can see. I was blind, and y'all don't know what that was like. And now that I can see, I'm not going back blind. You can talk about me, talk about my mama, talk about my family. You can talk about anything you want. It does not matter. Why? Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. And Yahushua heard that they had cast him out. Just like he heard that he cast you out. It's just like he hears that they cast me out. What's he going to do? And when he found him, who? Yahushua. This is about Yahushua, right? Yeshua found him. He got kicked out, but he didn't get kicked out of Yah. He didn't get kicked out of the house of Israel. He didn't get kicked out of being the sheep of his pasture. You got kicked out of them Pharisees and scribes, synagogue of Satan. But you didn't get kicked out of the assembly of Yah. He said, do you believe in the Son of Yah? And he answered and said, who is he? King, that I might believe on him. Yahushua said unto him, you have both seen him. Yeah, because before you couldn't see me, you was blind. He said, but now you have seen him, and it is he that talketh to thee, in other words. And now you not only can hear me, but now you can see me. And he said, King, I believe. And he worshiped him. And then Yahushua said, for judgment I've come into the world, that they which see not might see. That's us. And they which see might be made blind. Now you're starting to see what's going on in the world. The darkness and the blindness is increasing. And some of the Pharisees which were with him heard these words and said unto him, are we blind also? Yeah, Negro, you blind. I keep telling these preachers and pastors and teachers and deacons and Mother Bold and Grandmama and Grandpa and Uncle and Uncle Festus and Uncle Joe and all you. Yes, Negro, you're blind. You're blind. You're blind. You can't see. And hating me because I'm telling you, you can't see. It's your problem. You can't. If you're talking about he died on Friday, you can't see Passover. If you're talking about Sunday morning, you can't see Shabbat. If you're talking about Christmas, you can't see dedication. If you're talking about Easter, you can't see Passover. If you're talking about Mother's Day, you can't see Shavuot. If you're talking about Halloween, you can't see Sukkot. If you're talking about pigs, you can't see our dying law of righteousness. If you're talking about the law been done away with, you can't see salvation. If you can't see that we're in a covenant, then you can't see the purpose of the blood of Hamashiach. Yes, you're blind. If you can't see the slave trade, you can't see Deuteronomy 28. If you can't see losing your identity, then you can't see Isaiah chapter 1. If you can't see a sheep scattered, you can't see Jeremiah 21. If you can't see these dry bones all in the valley, then you can't see Ezekiel. If you can't see that Babylon is falling, you can't see Daniel. If you can't see that Yah is restoring his people, then you can't see Nehemiah. If you can't see that Yah is putting his clean clothes on his servant, you can't see Joshua. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, you're blind. If you can't see that our King, the same one who was wounded for our transgression and bruised for our iniquity, the chastisement of our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. If you can't see that that same Messiah said, when I get back here, I'm killing everybody eating pigs. I'm killing everybody eating gumbo under the tree. If you can't see that, that's not my fault, it's yours. That is in the same book. Yes, you're blind. Are we blind also? Yes. But here's the real problem. Here's the real problem. You ain't really blind, are you? Nigga, you can see it. Because I showed it to you. Yahushua said to them, if you were blind, you should have no sin. But now you say, we see, therefore your sin remains. You're going to hell. Now can you see? And he said, and that's the truth. Listen to me. This goes with this verse. It's together. That's the truth. I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door of the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the thief and the robber. He's talking about these Negroes. How did they get in the sheepfold? How did they get to be teachers? How did they get to be preachers? How did they get to be pastors? They done climbed up some other way. Because I've obviously they didn't come through me. That's for sure. Then you got to run that whole theme. You got to run the theme of people saying they were sent and was not. Then you run that whole theme in the drash. I'm trying to tell you, you got to go back. Who was the first so-called preachers and teachers that came into the house of Israel teaching a message that y'all didn't teach that caused havoc among the people? You run that through the whole Bible. And then when the Messiah's talking about it, it's the same people. Till you got my folks so messed up that when someone's eyes open, instead of you rejoicing and running the drosh level like you're supposed to through the whole Bible so that you could identify me, because one of the characteristics and one of the prophecies concerning me is that I will be given sight to the blind. Those that sat in darkness will see a great light, Negro. But because you act like you can't see it, let me give you a parable that's drosh. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door of the sheepfold, but climb up any other way, the same is a thief and a robber. That's who you are. But he that entereth by the door of the sheep is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calleth his own sheep, by name, and leadeth them out. And when he putteth forth his own sheep, he go before them, and the sheep follow him, and they know his voice. And a stranger they will not follow, but will flee. They'll run from him, for they don't know the voice of a stranger. This parable spake Yahushua unto them. Watch the verse. But they understood not what things they were which he spake unto them. He said, he spoke a parable so cold, so deep, he's so dry. I'm talking about in their face, and they didn't know what he was talking about. And for him to be able to use all of the symbols that he did, and they listening to it and don't know what he's talking about, but he literally calling them thieves, robbers. Then he said unto them, verily, verily, let me explain what I'm teaching. Yeah. Since y'all ain't gonna never get it, because this is on the drosh level, let me explain it to you. Then Yahushua said unto them again, verily, verily, I say unto you, I'm the door. Woo! Okay, I gotta go. Yes, yes. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. How do I know that y'all into the sheepfold illegally? Because, Negro, I'm the door. Pastor, I'm the door. Deacon, I'm the door. Bishop, I'm the door. Ain't no way in the world you got to my seat through the door. You didn't come through Torah. You didn't come through the word made flesh. You came up some other way. You dirty dogs that can't get enough. You wicked, you thieving, lying, conniving leaders. How did you get into the sheepfold of the house of Israel? And he explains his own parable on the drosh level. Let's look. He said, I'm the door. So remember, I told you, they already know. He said, I'm the one laid at the door. I'm the door of the sheep. Y'all didn't come through me. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers. But the good news is the sheep didn't hear him. Hallelujah. This man that was born blind, he's the sheep that Yahushua was talking about. He said, He wasn't listening to y'all, period. He don't hear you. I know y'all trying to jam him up. He wasn't listening. His mom and them didn't want to somebody. He still wasn't listening. Y'all told him that I was a sinner. He didn't listen. He didn't care. Y'all told him that I shouldn't even give y'all to God. He didn't listen to you. You know why? Because he can't hear you. Pastor, he ain't listen to you. Man, come on, man. The sheep didn't hear him. I'm the door. And by me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved. The way to salvation. Now we got a whole nother theme. Because the idea of saved means rescue, delivered. Why do we need a deliverer? Because as sheep, we're vulnerable to fake and false shepherds. We need a deliverer from the thieves and the robbers. We need salvation. We need a protector. We need a provider. We need a leader, a guide that will do what? That will lead us in and out so we can find pasture. This Josh. Well, who is that? See, I keep wanting to preach. Don't do that, Moray. You never get out of here. But my grandpa said, Yahrahn is my shepherd. Yeah, it's in there. Read it. It's in there. I shall not walk. Then he said, he make me lie down in green pastures. And right there he said, he leads me. No. Yes! Josh level. Comparing verses with verses and coming up with a deeper understanding. They're going to go in and out and find pasture. Why? Because they're going to be following me. Oh, read it more, right? They don't understand it. All right, here we go. The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. That's the preacher, not the devil. I keep trying to tell y'all that. You got the devil mixed up. The thief is the leader that's killing people because he's not teaching them the Torah. The thief comes only to kill, steal, and to destroy. He's stealing from the people. He's robbing from the people. He's destroying the people. Taking advantage of the people. Lying to the people. There's a difference between YHWH as our shepherd and these lying pastors. Now what you have to do? You got to go back in the Bible and study all of the fake prophets, fake preachers, fake pastors, fake shepherds, and find out what everybody in the scripture calls these people and how, according to our prophets, they come to steal, kill, and destroy. So he's talking about these Negroes, these leaders, these teachers. It's the people that called my people to error. Remember, the leaders that called my people to error. I just read that to you in Isaiah chapter 3. It's all true. It's the shepherd. So watch this. But I have come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundant. Who? Us. And it's obvious when he gives this man his sight and he's clean, he's now going to walk in a different way. He's going to walk in the abundance of life. I could really spend all day just on that verse. I have a thing that the Most High has been working with me about. I have not put it together yet. But when I finish putting it together, I can't hardly even believe what y'all are showing me. That's how amazing this lesson is that he's working with me about. It's one of the most amazing lessons I've ever seen. And I haven't put it together yet. I haven't finished it yet. The Most High is showing me something about the way the remnant is supposed to walk in the last days. Watch this. concerning not wanting or lacking nothing. It's a cold thing. I've never seen it like this. Never. I started, like I've been telling you about the Drash, I've been putting all of the verses together. And I'm like, yeah, his bride, the remnant, that's a special group on earth. Just don't have time. I haven't put it all together yet. But it's verses like this that oftentimes our people don't understand because of the Drash. They haven't tied all these verses together. But this right here where it says, I have come that they may have life and that they may have it more abundant. So now we're talking about a superabundance. And he's the word made flesh, right? Which means that the word itself is written that we could have abundance. And then you start comparing this word that if I follow Torah and everything that I do, it seems that every level of obedience brings some sort of abundance. Listen, I haven't finished the study, but it's amazing. It's amazing. It's an amazing study. When you read Malachi, you can see it's there too. What? This idea of abundance is not something that's supposed to be hidden or elusive. Abundance is supposed to be connected to obedience. We, as the remnant, are supposed to be living with windows of heavens open and blessings pouring. We're supposed to be living in him rebuking the devourer for our sake. We're supposed to be living with the fruit stand on the vines. We're supposed to be living with our crops coming to fruition. We're supposed to, that's like I ain't got time right now, but that's deep. But the hireling, now he goes back. Oh, if y'all still with the moral rate, where we at? We're going to go hide in the middle. Put a 1 million in the chat. We ain't even done. We're going to 1 billion today. Put a 1 million in the chat. If you can see that he says might have it more abundantly. Put a 1 million in the chat. We're going to keep going. Like I promised, we're doing long. Why? It's Josh. I'm the good shepherd. Verse 11, I am the good shepherd. I'm the functional one. I'm Tov. I'm the best. I'm the great shepherd. Watch. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. Wait, more way. I ain't never seen that. Oh, that's okay. Watch. Watch this. We gotta go back. Where? To Genesis. When we go back to Genesis, we see the sheep dying for the sinner. Right? I mean, the sheep, the shepherd slaying the sheep to cover the sinner. Right? So, this idea of the sheep dying is a theme throughout the Bible. I could even take it so far as to talk about sheepskin. I could talk about wool. We could talk about the wool that was used in temple, the wool that was used in our clothing. I could talk about why every time we see the sheep's skin and the wool and things like that, how that all had to do with a sacrifice, and how the sacrifice for the sheep and the lamb is what provided us comfort and allowed us to be warm in the winter. We could put on the sheepskin. I could talk. All of that is in the drash level. To where now we start talking about, does the sheep itself on the physical level, does it sustain life? And we go, yeah, it provides food for us. It provides clothing for us. Does it save us? Yes, it saves you from hypothermia when you put on the sheep's skin and the wool. But this causes the death of the sheep for your salvation and on and on. Too deep. I keep telling you, we swimming now. Woo! You can't touch the bottom. And I know some of y'all already trying to get back to the shore. That's fine. I told you I was only going to bring you out here for a minute. You get in this deep water and say, are you telling me that that's a whole nother theme? Yes, that is an entirely different theme in the same passage dealing with draws. So now we have to look at Genesis and see what actually goes on and is happening in this garden, where Yah is slaying a sheep on behalf of the people. Then we find out later on that the shepherd is willing to die on behalf of the sheep. What? That's what I tell you. Ain't on the side. You going to hell. You better stop that. Joseph is your daddy. You better stop that too. You going to hell. Y'all think you're going to play with hell. You playing with hell is stupid to me. You don't study on Drash level. I know because I've listened to your sermons. They're terrible. You're preaching all these camps. Your sermons are weak as water. They're terrible. You're going to lead people to hell. Stop. Why are you doing that? Because you're not willing to take out time. Let me tell you something about the Lamb. The theme of the Bible is that the Lamb is without sin. Negro. He can't have sin. He cannot. Because the salvation of the house of Israel will be Yah. The shepherd died for the sheep. And the shepherd is the only one that can die for the sheep is because his blood is sinless. David said, I was born in sin, shaped in iniquity. What he's talking about is that man born of a man is automatically carrying the sin of Adam. And once again, Paul is so cold-blooded. I keep trying to tell y'all, you don't know who you're messing with when you're talking about Paul. Paul in Romans chapter 5 starts breaking that thing down about the first. I can show you, but I can tell you. Paul in Romans chapter 5 start breaking that thing down so cold-blooded. And then you're still talking about Joseph is his daddy, you're going to hell. Stop. If Joseph is his daddy, we all going to hell. Romans chapter 5, verse 12. Wherefore as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for all have sinned. Did you hear that, you non-messianic maniacs, and you, Joseph, is the daddy? Do you understand that on the dross level? That everybody born of a man got that sin, that's why they died. Inherited sin from Adam. The blood of Adam. Inherited sin. So if Joseph is the Messiah's father, then he has inherited the sin nature of Joseph. son of David. David got sin. David is the son of Abraham. Abraham is the son of Seth. Seth the son of Noah. Abraham is the son of Shem. Shem is the son of Noah. Noah is the son of Enoch. Enoch is the son of Seth, who's the son of who's the son of Adam. The unbroken bloodline of sin is what rules and reigns in the blood of humans. So in order for us to not have to die according to our sins, the dross level has taught sinless sacrifice. So now let's see what happens. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin was not imputed when there was no law. Nevertheless, death reigned. Why? Because of Adam. From Adam to Moses, even over them that had not sinned after the similitude of Adam's transgression, who was the figure of him who was to come. But not as the offense, so also is the free gift. What? For if through the offense of many one be dead, let me read that again because that's important. For if through the offense of one many be dead, much more the grace of Yah by the gift of grace, which is by one man, Yahushua HaMashiach, hath abounded unto many. And not as it was by one that sinned. Why? He did not sin. That's the contrast between him and Adam. Everybody come up out of Adam, sinners. The Hamashiach, that's Yahuwah in the flesh. That's his own offspring. Whew. So is the gift. For the judgment was by one unto condemnation, but the free gift is of many offenses to justification. For by one man's offense death reigned by one. Much more they which have received abundance of grace and the gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one. Who? Yahushua HaMashiach. Therefore, as by the offense of one judgment came, of course, upon all men to condemnation, even so by the righteousness of one, the free gift came upon all to justification of life. For as by one man's disobedience, many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. Moreover, the law entered that the offense might abound. But where sin abound, grace did much more abound. That as sin has reigned unto death, even so might grace reign through righteousness unto eternal life. How? By Yahushua HaMashiach, our King. So what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin, that grace may abound? God forbid. Yahushua was different from everybody else. You know, Acts, I think chapter 20, or Acts chapter 20, 21, where it says that Yah purchased us with his own blood. Are you going to say that his own blood was sinful? His own blood was Joseph's blood? Man, stop that. It ain't worth going to hell over, I promise you that. Let that doctrine go. All right, I told y'all this is what we do when we study on the dross level. I'm not going to be in the room this long no more. I just did it today because I wanted you to see what actually goes into real study on this level, on this different level. I'm the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. But he that is a hireling and not the shepherd, whose own sheep are not, he see the wolf coming and lead the sheep. That's exactly what's happening now, right? Everybody getting, whoo-wee. And he fled, and the wolf catch the people. That's talking about this wicked nation. They don't care if this wicked nation kills our people. Our preachers and pastors today ain't worth 2 dead flies. They don't care if you worship the devil. They don't care if you commit adultery, fornication, lying, stealing, theft. As long as you go to church, bring them tithes and offerings. They don't care if you he-heing or she-sheing. They don't care if you A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, plus, 1, 2, 3, plus, negative to infinity. They don't give a dang about none of that. Why? Hirelings. What is a hireling? It's about the money. Now, this is what sets me apart. I'm not the only one, but I'm one. I lost the money and the church and the buildings and the people when I found the truth. Why? Because I ain't no hireling. I did not call myself into this light. He called me. I didn't know how low. I said, how low can you go? I didn't know. I didn't know. But it didn't matter. I didn't know how I was going to live when I found out this information. I knew the churches was not going to, I didn't know what I was going to do. And that's you. Okay, well, that's me. I'm just letting you know. I'm not a hireling. I would rather warn the people and die in the process than not warn the people and their blood be upon my hand. When I get to the kingdom, all I want to hear him say is, you told them. Thought I told you to do. See it? Tell them. I'll take it from here. The hireling flees because he is a hireling and he don't care for the sheep. Now watch him say it again. I'm the good shepherd. So watch the interpretation on the drosh. He said, you heard my parable. I'm the door. Verse 7. I'm the door. Both doors. I'm the entryway and I'm the man standing in the gate. That's drosh. I'm the man sleeping across the entrance. I'm the drosh. Now watch what he says. I'm the good shepherd. I'm the good shepherd. Says it twice. You the hireling, you the thief, you the robber. He says that over and over again. He's like, I'm explaining my parable to you because I know you didn't get it. So let me break it down on the drosh level. I'm the door of the sheep. You are the thief and the robbers. I'm the door of the sheep. You didn't come in by me. You came in some other way. I'm the door. I feed my people Torah in and out. You are the thieves. You the thieves and the robbers. You came on here to steal, kill, and destroy. I came that you might have life and that they might have it more abundantly. I'm the good shepherd, says again. Shepherd give his life for the sheep. But he that is a hireling and not the shepherd whose own sheep are not, which I've been telling these people to, stop saying these my sheep and saying that these is my niggas and say these my members. You're going to hell for that too. The house of Israel don't belong to you. The scattered house of Israel is Yah's lost sheep, whose own sheep are not. Seeth the wolf coming and leave the sheep and fled, and the wolf scatters them and scattered the sheep. That actually happens on the real level, which is sad. That he'll be out there with the sheep, the hireling. Boy, they see a wolf coming, they run like a scalded dog. They scatter the sheep. Whereas a real shepherd will stand, they're scared of the wolf. But a real shepherd will stay in there and fight and kill the wolf. Then when you get down, he said 13, he said the hireling flees because he's a hireling. That's why he don't care for the sheep. I'm the good shepherd, he said again. And I know my sheep, and I'm known of mine. As the Father knoweth me, even so I know the Father. Oh my, and lay down my life for the sheep. Yeah, these folk that you think that in the synagogue with you, they're my sheep. And I'm going to lay down my life. And other sheep I have which are not of this fold. Them also I must bring in, and they shall hear my voice. And there shall be one fold and one shepherd. Oh my. That again takes us all the way back to what? Genesis. We have to keep going back to the beginning. Then we got to run that whole thing about congregation, that one thing about those that are not only because all Israel ain't Israel, right? So eventually, even during the divided kingdom, we talk about the two sticks becoming one. See, all of these things are brought into the drosh level. But he is actually, all of this explanation is so that we can understand that he was speaking in drosh. And this is his explaining the level that he exposed when he gave the parable. This is him doing that. Therefore does my Father love me, because I lay down my life that I might take it again. Ooh-wee. No man take it from me. What? But I lay it down on myself. Willing, suffering servant. It's too deep, huh? Yeah, it's too much. But I lay it down of myself. I have power to lay it down. And I have power to take it again. This commandment have I received of my Father. What commandment? You got to go back to Genesis when Isaac was on that altar. His father told him to get on the altar. And it was Yah who said, don't harm your son. I will provide for myself now. Then we got to run that all the way through all the scriptures of the Bible. We talk about the sheep dying for the people. And look at verse 19. More, how do you see it? It's here. And there was a division. You see it again. Drosh always leads to a division. And the reason it always leads to a division is because the drosh level makes you make a decision. You're going to decide for or against. That's what makes this level so deep and so awesome. You got to line up all the passages before you just come up with a conclusion. You line up all the passages that speak about the subjects, and then you draw a conclusion. So let's see what happens here. There was a division there. Again, among the Yehudim, for these sayings. For what sayings? For his parable, drosh, and his explanation of it. And him pointing them out as the false prophets and teachers and preachers, and he, the true shepherd of the house of Israel. And many of them said, he have a devil, and he's out of his mind. So that was one decision. That's what they came away with. Why hear him? But notice this. Others said, see it? It's in there. Others said. These ain't the words of him to have a devil. No, you can forget that. Y'all go with that. too. Man, I know you listen to more. He got the devil. But hold on, man. I've been studying with the Moreh now for about 4 or 5 years. Now it seems like he keep taking us back to Torah. See, Drash is a very interesting level of biblical interpretation because of how it reaches so deep. And it doesn't just stay on the surface or on the hint. It makes you go through and grab every verse that's connected, every scripture, every passage, the idioms, the numbers, the letters. It makes you, and once you get all that information, it then leads you to a decision. To what? To morality and to practical living, which is doing what you know is right. Josh is an interesting level because when you get to that type of level of biblical interpretation, you're only left with do it or not. Go to heaven, go to hell. Live right, live wrong. Believe this, live. Believe that over there, go die. It ain't no middle ground and all that stuff. What? No. That whole idea of being lukewarm and all that, we're going to go back to that. He said, I'll spit you out my mouth for being lukewarm. And then we got to go find out where that verse is in the Bible. We're talking about being spit out. Look, others said, these ain't the words of him that have a devil. Can a devil open the eyes of the blind? And the answer is no, hell no. Stop that. No. No. So now you see the Drosh level of study. Now you see how we had to go all the way back from a parable in chapter 10. We had to go back to chapter 9 so that we could even understand the characters of the parable. Because we didn't even know he was talking about the Pharisees and scribes and the leaders of the people until we go back to 9. And we don't know that the leaders of the people are against Torah until we read what they're doing to the people and how they're leading them astray and how they're against Hamashiach. Hamashiach is the Torah. So if you're against Hamashiach, you're against the Torah. All that is on a whole nother level of Bible study. It's another level of biblical interpretation. It is deeper than the hint. And that level right there is that's why we stay full time. That level right there is really too deep for most folk to swim in. And I don't blame you. Because you haven't read the whole Bible, you haven't studied all the scriptures, you don't know all the prophets, you don't know all the prophecies of the Bible, and you don't continue to do that. There's no way you're going to be able to just continue to just put things together like that. You can't do it. You don't have the tools. But those of us who are called to be seers in the house of Israel, we are commanded to learn the Bible on the Drosh level if we're going to claim to be teachers. Because the natural response of people hearing a message that's on the Drosh level, the natural response is, okay, then what do we do? And we're supposed to tell them, repent, be baptized, denounce this false doctrine and false Christianity and false world religions and idolatry and all that, and turn to your King. Bow down. Worship him. Keep the Torah. Put him first in your life. Told everybody, I gotta go. Been in the room a long time. But I hope you got it. Hope you see it. That it is a whole nother level to this. On my way out, I'm gonna throw out a few more that you're gonna like, Maury, don't do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna teach it tonight. I'm just telling you what I didn't do today that I could have done in this same lesson. All the parables of the sheep could have been brought out and compared and contrasted with each other. I could have brought out all the parables of the sheep and all of the parables dealing with sheep that have numbers attached to them. And why are certain numbers of the sheep mentioned? Man, I could have brought out, especially with that shepherd, I'll talk about the shepherd's staff. What does that represent? How do we know that David was even a shepherd at all? What does salvation mean when it comes to being a shepherd and saving the sheep? All of these levels that we could have talked about even in this parable that we didn't even get to. You know, I know you're not the only one. So, no. What I'm telling you is, if I'd have took you to the book of Hebrews, can you believe that this is how the book of Hebrews ends? Paul ends the book of Hebrews talking about the great shepherd of the sheep. I gotta go. I just want to show you. Josh is a whole nother level. But it's important that we at least know it's there and that the leaders, they actually strive to begin to understand the Bible on that level. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. Y'all put a 1 billion in the chat. Please, 1 billion. We've been here all day giving y'all praise. Helping the house of Israel. I know it was information overload. I told you that before we started. But I would that you support this work. I would through the tithe and the offering. And again, I'm going to say this. Read the Bible about it. And be obedient to the scriptures. You don't have to be obedient to me. Read the scriptures and see about that. And see if it's holy. See if it's supposed to be done. Look at the offering. And you know we got the Feast of Dedication coming. What should we be doing to prepare ourselves? Continue to pray for me. I'm going to pray for you. Stay strong, Zion, during the season of the witch. We're almost through. And understanding in these last days, there may come times where we have to take a deeper dive into biblical interpretation. Because the deeper our roots go down into the word, the more stable we'll be in the time of a storm. Because I promise you, the storm is coming. And we better make sure that we are well rooted in the Torah so that we won't be blown over by the wind and the waves. And look, we don't follow other voices. We listen to what our king said. We listen to the law. We listen to the prophets. We listen to our king. We listen to our apostles. What are they doing? Trying to help us. And in some cases, trying to save us. One love. And you administrators that hung in here all the whole message, and those of you in the chat, told our revival. Be the light of the world and the salt of the earth. I gotta go. But until next time, keep looking up. For our redemption draws nigh. We're in the last days. And sometimes we gotta dive deep. Hallelujah. Shalom.